In the sun-drenched harbours of southern Europe, a curious spectacle unfolds. A flotilla of entitled rodents, puffed up with a profound sense of their own importance, have taken it upon themselves to blockade the pathway. They stand resolutely, refusing to yield even an inch, their small eyes gleaming with indignation. For some time, the vastly larger and more imposing Spanish security mammals attempt to diffuse the situation with admirable patience. Yet the rodents remain immovable. And so, with the quiet authority that comes from upholding the established laws of these lands, the security mammals conclude that a firmer lesson is required. With great ease and measured precision, the mammals move in. In a display of disciplined authority, they employ their batons in swift, controlled arcs. The rodents, suddenly confronted by overwhelming physical superiority, are unceremoniously swept aside. Their protest dissolving amid squeaks of outrage and the inevitable enforcement of order. Even here, in this most civilized of settings, nature reminds us that strength and authority will ultimately prevail when persuasion alone proves insufficient.
That's right. Never forget. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Happy Sunday night. What's new tonight, everybody? Let's see who's here. Mr. Siki Sean, what's up? How you doing? Great to see you. HJ Remy, awesome. Everyone hit that like button. That's right. Catherine K's here, too. Awesome to see you. Brian Ogden says, great to see everybody. That's awesome. Yeah. Finch is here, too. Good evening. Gotten early. That's right. That's right. Please remember to like, follow, hit subscribe. And if you want to make donations, the links are all pinned in the chat. It's all awesome. Yes. And then Brian Ogden was first, but I'll put out a 5 for the start. Well, thank you, Brian. So that means we are 95 away from adding a first additional hour to the show and only 45 away from Bellavision. Speaking of Bellavision, we'll put her in there right there like that. We'll do that. There she is. She's just kind of chillating there. Chillinating. There she is, chillinating there. Thank you so much, Brian. Let's see who Kelly J's here. Thanks for being here. Mother Papillon, how you doing? Happy Sunday, everybody. Snarf's here. What's up, Snarf? CF Rob's here. What's up? How you doing? Gene, what's up, Gene? How you doing? Sherry Gatlin's here. Joe's here. What's up, Joe? American Jane, good to see you. What the F? Awesome to have you. Margie Smith's here. How you doing, Margie? Jason's here, too. What's up? Happy Memorial Day. That's right. Never heard of Hassan Piker. Why is he just now popular? He's been around for a while. We'll get into it. We're going to get into it. Spanish police don't play. No, they don't. And I'll show you. I have a video. I don't know if I'll do it right now. I have a video of what happened when these same not these exact people, but the same group of these flotilla weirdos got to the U.S., what they did, and how the U.S. police did nothing. Absent-minded, good to see you. What's up? Dusky Dawn's here too. Lady Bama, what's up? Wuhan Fried Bet, yo, what's up, man? Yes. What's up, Ed? How you doing, Edward? How you doing? Hey ding. Steve's here. What's up, Steve? How you doing? Kimmy Hunt's here too. Great to see you. Jonathan Marcus, what's up? Neil's here too. And NASCAR Mo, what's up? None of your business is here. What's up? All right, everybody. Yeah. So we got a bunch of news to talk about. Hassan Piker. We got some stuff with the Iran deal. We got some Iranian stuff. Boeing, remember 787 MAX planes. There was a lawsuit. Boeing got cleared in the lawsuit. They're not responsible. Yeah, Hassan is Chunk Yogurt's nephew. Yeah, so we'll get into that. And then here, let me go ahead. I'll find it right now. It's just a matter of just because. Where are we at? Oh, here we go. All right. So this is what happened when the flotilla activists got to JFK Airport. You'll see the difference. Free Palestine! So you notice the distinct difference between the U.S. and the Spanish. Spanish ain't taking nobody's shit, but you just see they just keep interfering and interrupting people, and look at them all. And the cops is like, oh yeah, we're not gonna do nothing. We'll let them block it, stand in front of the doors, and they're now they're on the ground and stuff, and they're not doing nothing. And the cops just let them get away with it in the U.S.
Given to the Palestinians.
All right, and speaking of which, actually, I covered it the other day. The different, but there was a woman who claimed. Let me find it. Here we go. So here this is, remember they said that they were hurt by the Israelis and they were all hurt. So they had these pictures of them. See, she's all in this stuff and she's dying and she's all hurt. And then a couple hours later, there she is all smiling and waving and everything. It was all phony when they said the Israelis, less than 12 hours, she was motionless victim on a stretcher with the neck brace. Today, she's resilient, fully recovered survivor, just in time for flowers and attention. These scammers don't even try to make believe anymore. They know millions of idiots will ignore the fake injuries, the blatant lies, and manipulation. As long as the grifter flashes a peace sign and says free Palestine. Yeah, it's totally exhausting. Totally exhausting. Totally exhausting. Yeah, here she is trying to say how she's all.
For me, it's hard because I know how they.
كان الأمر صعبا علي لأني أعلم كيف تعاملوا معي.
This is her trying to claim that the Israelis beat her and she can't move and she's dying and stuff. It's all lies. All lies. I said that the other night when we talked about this, that they, I think it was Friday night, that, they were claiming that they, because the report came out about all the stuff that happened in, on October 7th. So that's what they wanted to do. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Those scarves make me sick. Yeah, me too. Palestinian territory has been freed for years. These people want no Israel, not a free Palestine. Yeah, that's what they want. So everybody, so we got a good show tonight. Got a bunch of stuff we're going to get into. I want to apologize to anybody who was upset about last night. The show kind of went off the rails a little bit. I gotta figure out a better way to do it with guests. Maybe I'll just put in if I'm going to have a guest, I'll say something, because I do have other guests that want to come on the show that want to participate. So I'll have to figure something out. That way it doesn't derail and the show doesn't just spiral, because we took me 4 hours to get through the 4 topics last night. So that's not good. So I have to figure out something different, maybe. What's up, Doc? Good to see you. Did we get a free Bella? No, we don't. No, I didn't do the thing yet. And then we got 5 towards Bella. I didn't even say the goal. So there's a goal like there is every night, for every $100 that comes in across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on YouTube or Rumble, or becoming a member. Also Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, or Super Tips, along with Locals coins or Kick and Twitch memberships. I add it all up. When we hit 100, we add an extra hour to the show. And then for each additional 100 that comes in, we add an additional hour to the show. Just on Friday night, I believe it was, we went 8 hours. So, show can go as long as you. I know I haven't taken her down yet. It's just she goes as long as you guys want. It's up to you. And then as an added bonus, when we hit 50, we activate Bellavision for the evening. And that's unless somebody is so generous that they donate, as an individual person donates $25 or greater. And that could be like a Cash App, a PayPal, a super tip, a super chat, a Rumble rant, or it could be 5 gifted memberships. That would also activate Bellavision for the evening. Thank you. Egypt, closest to Egypt, they shut their border. Yeah, Egypt doesn't want them in. I know Bella was still on the scene. I hadn't pulled her down yet. Absent says, I prefer you not have guests at all. We, the chat, are your guests. Okay. Friday was good. Congrats. Yeah, Friday was a lot of people. Audra came back Friday. Saw Audra back. That was the first time in a while. I'm glad everything's good with her. Pallywood's still going on. Yes, it is. It's still going on. So we'll jump right in. Let's do this. Let's jump right into the first story of the evening. All right. Holy smokes, the U.S. Treasury subpoenas Hassan Piker, and Code Pink could lead back to Neville Singham, the Chinese-based billionaire megadonor. Neville Singham, living in China, has pumped $285 million into nonprofits, including one of the nonprofits that Hassan Piker accompanied, called Code Pink. Financial records, his communications, his logistics, and whether he was working and aiding or abetting the communist regime of Cuba. It could also apply to activities that Piker has been involved in. There could be violating of the sanctions. So that's one set of laws. Then there's another one that could be doing influence peddling for a foreign nation. And that's the law where you have to register as a foreign agent. I think you and the guys could have a good chat personally, but last night you drifted away from a cohesive conversation. Yeah. Neville Singham. Yeah. I missed it. Who was on last night? It was a guy named Pete Bisconti. He goes by Max Loads on the internet and stuff. And he was a history teacher. So he knows stuff. And I don't know. I've had other conversations with him, and I thought he would go well with you guys. He's got the same outlook and stuff. He goes to that America First warehouse or whatever, America First warehouse in New York all the time, and does broadcasts from there. So I thought he would be a good guest, but we kind of just got real, away from talking like about the story. So, but it's not his fault. It was my fault. I should have controlled the flow of the show better. Pete was great. Yeah. What made Iran change its tune? Well, I think like after, and then yesterday, so you guys know, last night when we ended the show, that the what's it called? The Pentagon pizza tracker went to DoCon 1, and it was at DoCon 1 for a while today. So I'm still thinking we might see some activity happening over there in Iran, or it could be something happening with Cuba. I don't know. There was also something that's not really a big story. There was some training exercises that happened in Venezuela. You liked last night's show? Thank you, HJ Remy. Mary J says, I missed it, but don't beat yourself up. Well, I know some people, people have the show. They like the show the way it is. I go through the news and I cover the topics not to go, they don't like when it runs off and we're talking about things that, have nothing to do with the news stories. Hey, what's up? Thanks for being here, Will Call Magic. I don't believe there's a peace deal yet. No, I don't believe there's a peace deal yet either. So Singham is a name I hope everyone will learn, because that's the name, what you see on the streets in this protest that talk about fascism. So let's hear what she's got to say.
Financial records, his communications, his logistics, and whether he was working and aiding and abetting the Communist Party of China. Of Cuba. I said China, but that isn't.
Well, we may find out that that's one and the same.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a good slip.
So I found this interesting. So a few years ago, there was the tenant company scandal where several conservative influencers were getting paid by a company that was on the back end getting paid by Russia. But even under a federal investigation, I believe under the Biden administration, they found that those influencers didn't know. They didn't know where the money was coming from, so they weren't criminally liable. But it brought up this idea, this foreign agent registration necessity. Is there specific legislation for Cuba and kind of adversaries, or is this really just under that guise of the foreign agent registration? In other words, if Hassan Piker took any type of payment for the propaganda, then he has to register as a foreign agent.
Well, that's another law, but it could apply also in the activities that Hassan Piker's been involved in, because exactly like you said, there could be that you're violating the sanctions. So that's one set of laws. And then another one is that you could be doing influence peddling for a foreign nation. And that's this law where you have to register. So, I mentioned China, and one of the important aspects of this is that there is this tech tycoon named Neville Roy Singham living in China who has pumped $285 million into nonprofits, including one of the nonprofits that Hassan Piker accompanied called Code Pink. And the big question on that front is whether these nonprofits are acting as agents of malign foreign influence. Those are three words that I hope everyone will learn, because that is what you see on the streets of America then, when you see these protests that talk about fascism. And, Ro Khanna just talked about the Epstein class. Well, that is the propaganda language of that network. And that's that little, flow that's happening now between these radical far left activists and very important Democratic politicians that are changing the landscape of rhetoric in America.
Yeah, they are, for the worse.
Yeah, they are for the worse. Yeah, Neville Roy Singham has been pumping all types of happy Memorial Day to Jim in the chat. Yeah, well, it's not really like a happy Memorial Day. Is not, you honor the fallen. Yes, and Marjorie Trader Green does support Code Pink, so that's why she's not. These people, it's crazy. Who cooked Hassan? Oh, let's see. What's that? Oh, okay. That's funny. Yeah, so this is tell Hassan I want him to know it was me. Hassan's dog. Yeah. Yeah. Because he shocked his dog. So, and here's an old clip of Hassan. Pete was good. His audio was a little off. The conversation is good. The weeds were thick. Not judging. Well, that's my fault. I need to control the story better. That's all. I need to control the flow of the show. I've had a couple other people reach out that want to be on the show, that want to be a guest. Would like to talk about stuff, and I got to think about some of them to see if I, just to see if it's. I don't know. I don't want anyone to get offended and people to lose audience because they don't like the people I brought on or something like that. Hey, Lurchlinger, what's up? Tap the like button. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. So this old clip, it's an old clip of him explaining why he canceled a previous trip to Cuba. So, and then, maybe Hassan should have listened to Hassan. So let's see.
I did cancel the Cuba trip, yes, because I didn't want to go to prison. And unfortunately.
So right there, that's knowledge that he knew that if he went and did things, he would go to jail. So it says Hassan was born in Turkey from communist parents. Now he lives in a $3 million house. Actually, no, Hassan was born in the United States. Hassan is an anchor baby. His parents came here on a tourist visa. Hassan was born. They got him a birth certificate. Then they went back to Turkey and raised him. He was in Turkey until he was like, I think it is early teens, and came maybe even like late teens. So, and that's the information that I had. I don't know. I mean, that's the information I had. I don't know if it's 100%. Like maybe that's wrong, but I'm pretty sure he is that he's an anchor baby, anchor nepo baby.
He's gonna run. He won't do it. No, he'll do it. But we're locked in. What's the context behind you saying U.S. deserved 9/11? It's very simple. American foreign policy and intervention in the region directly caused blowback and led to 9/11. I did cancel the Cuba trip, yeah.
Yeah, so here's what he knows. Then he says, we deserve 9/11. So he deserves what happens to him, whatever it is. Whatever happens to him, he deserves it. So the feds are investigating Hassan Piker and Medea Benjamin over the Cuba aid convoys. Like there's videos and stuff of these people talking about it, admitting what they went to do. Hey, Ginger, thanks for being here. That's awesome. Birthright baby, that's him. That's right. Morning, Dune. How you doing? Oh, where's Bella? I need my Bella fixed. Well, she's here. She's just, I got to wait until we, she doesn't come to the stage until her number is called. Oh, there's a rant. There's a rant. There's a rant. There's a rant. So Piker talked about how a third party talked to him and invited him to Cuba for the Cuban government. More Pegasus has the clip of him saying in his Hassan series, the best series around. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the 5, Uzellian. That means we're $5 closer. We're 90 away from adding a first additional hour to the show and only 40 away from Bellavision. Does he have a job besides talking? No, he doesn't need a job besides talking. Like he started his Bella's waiting for her stage call. That's right. When she gets the call, Bella to the main stage. But he started out as like a what's it called? Like a himbo, like Jim Bro himbo type weirdo that was like talking all types of stuff about like just basically like like what's the word I'm looking for here? Misogynistic shit. No, can't. See, here's the thing. I'll just say that I do the show for you guys, so I want you guys to enjoy it. So if I'm doing something that you're not enjoying, I'll try to fix it. So that's all. He's just a popular broadcaster for left. Yeah, but he started out like on the Young Turks doing these weird, like he was all like on steroids. You could tell he was all on steroids and stuff. He's a good 50 to 75 pounds lighter now than he was back. He was like all like thought he was like a Jim Bro type of thing. What is going on here? What? I was playing. He was in Turkey until he was 18, came back here for school, and then got hired by his uncle at the Young Turks. Was he a gamer first? He might have been a gamer, but I'm not 100% sure. This is not the one I want. This is not the video that was supposed to be there. It's supposed to be this one. And now I got to wait for another commercial for that video. So federal investigators have served subpoenas to left-wing communist influencer Hassan Piker and Code Pink founder Medea Benjamin as part of their probe into their aid convoy trips to Cuba early this year. Because you're not allowed to bring aid anything that goes to the Cuban government. You're not allowed to do anything that helps the Cuban government at all. So that's an issue. So they are Piker 34 and Benjamin 73 are among more than 40 Americans under scrutiny by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Asset Control, which is investigating whether the March flotilla to Havana violated U.S. sanction laws by financing, coordinating, or delivering goods to Cuba. And they did. They admitted there's tapes of them admitting that they brought like all types of electronic devices for the Cubans, like tablets and all types of stuff that they can't get.
Get the body.
All right, never mind. This is not. Originally, I saw it. It was a thing about Cuba. So the so-called Nuestro Americana. Oh. Well, thank you, Christine. Wow. $50. Wow. Thank you so much. That means that's Bella, all right there. And that means right now we are just $40 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Wow. Thank you so much. That is fantastic. Thank you. That is fantastic. Wow. Yeah. Let there be Bella. Yes. Thank you for Bella. Nice. Thank you, Christine. Ding dong. Yes. Let me fix the camera because it's a little off, but that is a. There we go. So yeah, the Western American convoy brought about 20 tons of humanitarian aid to the struggling Caribbean island. Piker, a controversial streamer and democratic socialist, we'll just call him a communist. It's a lot easier. Saying praises of the communist regime following the trip. Oh, look at this now. Well, Doc comes in with 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Thank you so much, Doc. Oh, let's keep it going. That means that means we are now just $10 away, folks. Just $10 away from adding a first additional hour to the show tonight. That's awesome. Let's see who got those memberships here. It says Edward Elkins, 7322, Spark 283, Black Angus Reviews, Dennis B 2384, and Nurse Not Lawyer all received gifted memberships from Doc number 27. Thank you so much. That is fantastic. Yes. Thank you so much, and welcome to the new Jim Somniacs. Yeah, very, very, very nice, Doc. Very nice. Code pink. Subpoenas require Piker and Benjamin to produce financial, logistical, and communication information related to the trip to Cuba. Under America's Cuban asset control regulations, U.S. citizens are prohibited from unlicensed travel-related transactions and exporting goods or services to Cuba. So I think they might have a problem. The law, however, presents limited exceptions for humanitarian projects, journalism, educational programs, and certain activities meant to support the people of Cuba. Code Pink, an anti-war feminist group, they're commies, helped organize the convoy to Cuba as a means to provide humanitarian aid to the country following the Trump administration's move to blockade the island last year. Like, let's be real here. Code Pink has always been a front for the Chinese Communist Party to try and subvert the American way of life. I mean, if that face doesn't give you nightmares, then I don't know what will. Thank you for the 5, Gene. Explain why Americans can't help Cuba. You can get, because there's been an embargo and sanctions on Cuba since 1956, I think, or 54, somewhere where it was, or 58. I don't. When that, like basically since the late 50s, early 60s, because of what happened, because the government was overthrown and they confiscated all types of billions of dollars of American citizens' property. They owned, all the hotels and businesses in Cuba were basically all owned by American corporations, American people, and they confiscated everything, just stole everything from everyone, and then oppressed their people. And so you can't do anything that helps the oppression. It would be no different than if somebody was doing that with the Soviet Union. There was the same sanctions and stuff on the Soviet Union during, all the way up until the wall came down. It's the same thing. So there's and basically all the businesses and the different things in Cuba are owned by the Cuban government. So you can't give money to a business that's owned by the Cuban government because you're giving money to the Cuban government. You're helping the Cuban government. And anybody that actually wants to, like Joe says, no one that travels to Cuba gets any jail time. Well, she's unfortunate looking. To bring aid on your own, it must be family or an NGO. Yeah, you're not supposed to. It's the same reason we can't get cigars. Yes, well, that's why I'm a selfish man. That's why I want Cuba to be free, so I can buy cigars. Used to get to Cuba via Mexico back in the day. Yeah, well, but technically, technically, if they see a Cuban stamp on your passport and you don't have family there and you didn't get permission, you can get in trouble. Technically, yeah, still is the way at third country. Yeah, this guy's cooked. Well, I hope they're cooked. I think they might be cooked because they're going to get all the communications. They're going to know what their plan was. That their plan wasn't humanitarian aid for the people of Cuba. Their plan was to promote communism and the communist government. And they're going to probably, from what we might get it. We're going to see some of these stories. They're going to talk about how they're going to be looking further into the entire, like this whole Nuestro, whatever, Cuba, this trip, the people that organized it. It's the Democratic Socialists of America. So it's a subversive party, which, the Communist Party, it's members of the Communist Party are not supposed to be in the government and stuff like that. So Will Call Magic says, let's plan a journalistic trip there so we can enjoy a cigar. Your Canadian nephew flies there for vacation, direct flight. Well, Canada has no problem with Cuba because, Fidel Castro is Justin Trudeau's father. That's, you can look, you look at the original, the Trudeau, I can't remember his name, but not Justin, but his father. I can't remember his name right now, but Justin Trudeau looks nothing like the father. He looks like a young Fidel Castro. And it's been long rumored that Trudeau's mother used to spend time with Castro down in Cuba. I do hope they throw the book at Hassan, but I know plenty of people that go and never have been asked about it. Yeah, well, they kind of bragged about it, though. I think Joe's the problem. These Hassan and these people were bragging about how they did all this stuff for the Edward says thanks for the gifted membership. So they say, we did nothing wrong during our trip to Cuba, the group said in a statement. On the contrary, we acted as moral U.S. citizens trying to bring some relief to a population being deliberately starved by the cruel policies of their own government. Pierre Trudeau. Yeah, Justin Castro. Didn't President Obama lift some of the sanctions on Cuba? No, not really. Not Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Not really, didn't really lift some of the sanctions on Cuba. They just did some stuff, but I think that all got backed off in the first Trump administration. But the thing is, like, they're going to have a problem because the whole thing they did with the whole, I don't know. I think it's going to be a problem because what they did was just promote did promotion for the government of Cuba. They didn't really do stuff to help the Cuban people. So that's going to be an issue, maybe. So they went there to do, to saying that they were there to fight the policies of the U.S. government. So that's a problem. Yeah, Raul wiped his ass with what Obama was trying to do. Yeah. Benjamin has also come under fire for her ties to Hamas and Iran. She has made at least 7 trips to Gaza between 2009 and 2012, which she met with Hamas officials, including the group's then leader, Ismail Haniyeh, publicly posed for photos. The activist slammed the Treasury subpoena as an attack on our group's humanitarian work. Yeah, see, here's Piker, all right? And if you go look at some of the old videos of his, he's got to be 70, 80 pounds lighter than he was back then. The Trump administration is investigating people for bringing medicine to Cuban children. Wait a minute. Why would you need to bring medicine to Cuban children? Everyone's telling me that the medical treatment in Cuba is great. It's all free and everybody gets free Medicare and that they have better medical care than we have in the U.S. That's what these leftists always say. That's what they say all the time, that Cuba has better medical than we do. Is that not true? Is that not true? Did I not? Hold on a second. I did not fix the banner. I got to fix the banner. We're actually right now, we're only $5 away from a first additional hour. I didn't fix the banner. No one told me. No one reminded me. We got 50 and then 80, yeah, and then a rant. Yeah, I did not fix the banner. My bad. So yeah. If loving the Cuban people is a crime, then millions around the world are guilty too. The Treasury's investigation marks a serious escalation from the Trump administration against far-left activists who defend Cuba and other communist regimes, often slamming the U.S. Yeah, just like Canada has great healthcare. Yeah, I'm not going to get cranking on the free medical Cuba crap. Oh, I know. I'm just saying, but they always say that, especially like these people. All these people go, great Medican and the doctors in Cuba and blah blah blah. It's like, well, then why would you have to bring medical supplies? Like, what are you talking about? So the investigation comes as Trump and the Republican allies have ramped up threats against Cuba, designating a state sponsor of terrorism. They are harboring terrorists in Cuba right now. They have terrorist training camps where they train Americans. All these Antifa people and stuff go there for training. All these Palestinian protesters, the people that do the bombings and blow up the pipelines and try to take down the trains and all that shit, they're all trained in Cuba. Tensions quickly escalated this week after the U.S. Justice Department issued an indictment against former Cuban President Raul Castro. Cold Pig founder and communist influencer Hassan Piker subpoenaed by the feds over the trips. Because as you may have heard back in March, Medea Benjamin of Code Pink, a far-left influencer, and Hassan Piker, the communist, traveled to Cuba in a political operation. They claimed they were there to show solidarity with the people of Cuba, but they were really just celebrating communism, which they think is great for some reason. Technically, we are harboring... sorry, I didn't notice the Chiron. Yeah, I didn't. And then I said, wait a minute, because I'm like, wait, I didn't change it, did I? I swore it was down, but it's fine. I always double check. Every once in a while, I double check. And yes, I hope they get him too. The indictment of Castro is a bit of a stretch. It is in the sense of like another country could indict, like if they like basically, Colombia or someone could try and indict like our president or the head of our military for bombing the boats. I guess they could try. That's the only difference is the United States has the power to make something happen and other countries don't. Nobody's going to come into the U.S. and grab our Secretary of War or our president, but the U.S. might do it. But, they did shoot down, but, and the difference though also is the planes that the Cubans shot down were unarmed planes that were in international water that were not breaking any laws. Look how scared the Cuban people were to speak to Nick Shirley. Yeah, they were terrified. So now they're facing federal scrutiny over a trip that had been served subpoenas. Yeah, true. Yeah, any country can indict Trump. The difference is we will go get you. Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, the difference is another country can indict one of our citizens, but we have the ability to go get them in their country. No one else has the power to come here and take a citizen. That's right. No one else does. I mean, they could try. They could kidnap somebody and come down to get them, but it's going to be then you're going to have an issue. Federal officers have served subpoena to the Marxist political influencer Hassan Piker and Code Pink's co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as part of a wider investigation to whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions supporting Cuba's communist regime. Piker and Benjamin are among those caught in a federal inquiry into whether activists who traveled to Cuba violated the U.S. sanction laws. The administration subpoenas called requests for information, or RFIs, seek financial, logistical, and communications information revolving around the trips the two widely bragged about making to the island in March, with delegations from the Nuestro America Convoy, or Our America Convoy, from a global network of communist sympathizers, activists, and influencers who brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party. That's the thing. If they can prove they gave the stuff to the Cuban government, they're fucked. That's it. Investigation is part of a broader effort by officials at the Treasury and State and Justice Department to curb malign foreign influence operations inside the United States, particularly activities tied to support for political violence, extremist movements, or acts the United States government classifies as terrorism. Piker has already responded to his news on TikTok. He said, the American government would rather try to criminalize delivering aid to a country that we've starved and punished for the Epstein class. Taking medical supplies to pediatric hospitals is now a crime. Yeah, I don't believe you because you gave them to the Cuban people. They are clearly not seeing how serious this is. Time to lawyer up. All right. There was another thing I want to see here that I had. Let me see if I can find it. I like that. Where is it? I had it. I can't find it. There was another part just before I get to the next story. I want to do this. There was a video. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah. Here it is. So it says Bosch Fausten. If I don't know if you guys don't know who Bosch Fausten is, he's a great guy. If you don't know, he's a former Islamist who saw the error, saw the problem with it, and he's the guy who, if you remember back quite a number of years ago, there was a draw Muhammad contest in Texas what's her name, Pamela Geller was involved in, and the FBI was following some guys, and the guys tried to shoot it up, and they ended up getting killed by the security of the thing, and there was a whole thing about it. But anyway, Bosch Fausten was the guy who won that Draw Muhammad contest, and he has a comic book called Pigman, which is very yes, the creator of Pigman. Yeah, he's a really great guy. He's been on my show before too, so he's a good guy. So he's like, Nepo baby, a Muslim commie, incites audience to murder, cheerleads jihadists, says we deserve 9/11, encourages violent revolution in America, and visits Islamic and communist hellholes, and is surprised he's facing a federal investigation. Enemies within should not operate with impunity. Hey, what's up, Fletcher boy? Thanks for being here tonight. Yeah. Very base, love Bosch. Yeah, I love Bosch. He's great. Iran has been a racket for the House of London. Look at the Promethean update. Oh, I haven't seen it. So visibly shaken Piker says it's not great for me that the feds are probing my foreign ties.
Is not great. Okay. I mean, it's bullshit, but still not great that, they're after your boy. They're up my ass. And I'll obviously get into it right now. I'll tell you all about it, but let me blast off real quick. We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me.
Free me? No.
Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that, but
Yep.
But I'm about to be seemingly made an example of. Is not great.
Seemingly made an example of. Wow. So I think someone might have told him. He's called for revolution numerous times. He outright called for the murder of Senator Rick Scott blatantly, like a while ago. He said, kill it. Like, I don't know why he wasn't in trouble for that. No, I don't know why he wasn't in trouble for that. Crazy. So that's what's going on with Hassan. I hope he has made a poster boy. Let him rot in jail with his code stink bitches. Yes. So that's Hassan. That's Hassan. So let's I think this is something we're going to have to keep an eye on, and it's possible more stuff will happen. Send him back to Turkey. Well, I don't know if we can. Like, if he's a natural born citizen, I don't know what we can do. We can't really take his I don't know, like, because of the whole birthright stuff. I mean, maybe if the Supreme Court came out, if we had 9 Justice Thomases on the court, it would be possible, because Justice Thomas, I'm pretty sure, is going to say that, like, yeah, no, they're not citizens, and no, they're not citizens. Go, all of them. He would apply the ruling about the birthright citizens. Justice Thomas would say it applies retroactively, that none of them are citizens. They're not. And I mean, that's what I think it should be. Like, yeah, help me. They're going to make an example out of me. Yeah. He said landlords should be deleted on the streets. Yeah, he said that. He said a lot of things. His Gucci bag and Cartier ring will be real popular in prison. Yeah. It's crazy the guy's still around. You ain't kidding. It's nuts. And it's nuts like that. I don't understand how I don't understand how Twitch or these places, how he's allowed to say these things. I don't get it. The stuff he said. I don't know how he's able to say these things. Asmund Gold and the Roach Army bother him relentlessly. I don't know. I mean, he's not like he like the whole thing. Like there was also, I don't really want to get into it but he recently was just on a stream. He had Ashley St. Clair, that phony, like that's the part of the problem with the right is they let these people come into the right and infiltrate them that are not on the right, like Candace Owens and some other people. And, like even like Robert Barnes tonight, I was watching a little bit. I popped in just to see what they were talking about. And Robert Barnes was trying to claim tonight with Viva, and Viva actually had to shut him down and fact check him in real time because Barnes tried to claim that the reason that the Epstein files didn't get released was because Trump's son, like basically married into the Epstein thing because, the girl that Trump's son, that Don Jr. married, whatever, Bettina, her deceased father in the 90s owned a bank or was the head of a bank, and Jeffrey Epstein had an account there, so he's part of the Epstein class. And Viva's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This guy wrote a letter because of his bank and something to like get like something with the Virgin Islands has nothing to do with anything. It's kind of crazy. And yeah, so Barnes, all these people, but anyway, Ashley St. Clair, a phony person who pretended to be like on the right or whatever, these people that go, oh, this pretty girl comes in, is going to say what I want her to say. And so they just let them in, and then look what she did. Aren't they traitors, Jim? Yeah, I think so. But now she's with Hassan, and she's basically like did this thing and sucked Elon Musk in to have it purposely to just like basically have a kid so she could be a gold digger and get paid for the rest of her life because that's all she wanted. Like it's out there, and Elon got so much money he don't care. He just wants a lot of kids. But she actually was on with Hassan Piker and gave Hassan Piker a shirt claiming, I'm not the stepfather. I'm the father who stepped up. Like if I was Elon Musk, I would have them in court like immediately and be like, yeah, I don't want my kid around this fucking communist terrorist. He should watch it. Going a little too crazy. Who, me? Sorry. Oh, or Barnes. I haven't watched Viva in a year because of Barnes. Yeah, well, I was shocked. Like Viva actually pulled it up and called them out and shut it down. Said, no, this is not true. So what are you doing? Why are you saying that? And personally, Barnes is going to end up facing like an Alex Jones size judgment if he doesn't watch it, because he just claimed that Don Jr. married into the Epstein class with his daughter. I mean, to me, that's defamation. You can't say that shit. So, in my opinion, I don't know. Yeah, and everybody, the troll is back in the chat. If he starts bothering people, Joe or somebody, just time him out. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, if they cared about Epstein before now, I could care less. Yeah, well, here's the thing too. Like, here's the thing. None of the women will admit or announce who hurt them. If they won't say who did, none of them will say. They won't name names. So the whole thing, I'm done with it. I don't even, whatever. They won't say who hurt them, then as far as I'm concerned, they're not a victim. A victim will tell you who victimized them. So, all right, next story. Here we go. Iran agrees to give up its nuclear dust stockpile and deal with Trump. This is a report. You're doing it right when you get or if the women do not name their abusers, they were not abused. That's what I'm saying. You're doing it right if you're not going to troll. Candace Owens has become a complete disappointment. Well, that's the thing about Candace. Like, she started out on the left and now she's back there again. Like, her first claim to fame on the internet was a leftist. My trolls are nowhere as funny as Recatus trolls. Yeah, I know. I gotta take time. It's gonna take time for my trolls to get there, but hopefully they will. But she started out with this social autopsies where she wanted to like categorize people's tweets and things they said to have them canceled. That's what she did. That's where her claim to fame started. And then all of a sudden, then she just came to the right. It's like she was never on the right. She was never anything. Yeah. Okay. Here. Well, I'll bring this up. Thanks for sharing that you're against free speech. I am totally for free speech, but guess what, buddy? You can say what you want, but not in my chat, because I'm not the government, and the government is who is prevent you from speaking. But you being here polluting the chat with your garbage, it's sometimes if you get annoying, you're going to have to go away. What? Iran has reportedly agreed to give up its stockpile of enriched uranium as part of the deal announced by President Trump. Tehran has agreed to a statement pledging to relinquish its cache of highly enriched uranium, believed to be about enough to build 11 nuclear bombs. That's Ahmadinejad right there. That's the guy. Yeah, Candace adopted the right when she didn't make money doxing. That's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. Deport Viva. Now, I don't know about deport Viva. I mean, Viva still seems like maybe he's not, he kind of, but like he's losing friends because when Barnes starts attacking like Grobert and Hunley and other people, he's losing friends. Hey, Miss Hacker, how you doing? Great to see you tonight. The disposal of highly enriched uranium, which Trump refers to as nuclear dust, was a major sticking point in negotiations between the United States and the Islamic Republic. Yeah, 47 years of presence, and it took the GOAT POTUS to defeat Iran. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. America first. Greg, hey, what's up? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Those are all centrifuges. Those are all the centrifuges, which you don't really need to make stuff for non-weapons. While Iran fought to address the status of its stockpile after an agreement to end the war has been reached, U.S. officials threatened to resume bombing if they didn't agree to give up the uranium. So, Iran agreed to surrender enriched uranium and nuclear ambitions in tentative deal with Trump, reports say. Multiple reports have indicated that U.S. negotiators believe that Iran has committed to giving up its nuclear ambitions and its highly enriched uranium as part of a broader peace deal with President Trump. Hey, Cesium Cat, what's up? Great to see you. Audrey, what's up, Audrey? How you doing? How's everybody been looking, trying to listen and pack some stuff up? I heard we're having our very own troll. So, of course, I had to come see. What's it say? Viva said a few weeks back that if anyone thought he would break his Barnes partnership, they didn't really know him or something close to that, so he could broadcast without me watching. Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, all I said was I'm not saying we should deport Viva just yet. Not back to the communist hell of Canada anyway. Not that Karen says, just wanted to say love last night's freeform episode. Well, thank you. Thank you. On Saturday afternoon, President Trump announced that he has an agreement has been largely negotiated between Washington and Tehran. However, Trump said that the final details were still being discussed and will not be made public at this time. Although exactly how the nuclear material would be removed from the country remains unclear. And that's something I want everyone to just realize. Getting the stuff out is going to be kind of a big deal. Like, it's not going to be like, just go there and grab it and leave. Like, it's buried, under 50, 75, 100 feet of rubble. So you're going to have to dig it out, and you're going to have to be careful when you're digging it out. If anything, like if there was stuff inside centrifuges when the stuff happened, that stuff could have, got basically not aerosolized, but, the dust could have got spread everywhere. So you'd have to be careful because you don't want people to, end up getting like, radiation poisoning and stuff like that. And so you're going to have full NBC kit and everything. And, there's probably only 2 countries. Maybe China could do it. The U.S. is probably the only country really that could go in there. Maybe the Russians could, but the U.S. is probably the only country that can actually do it and has the ability and the technology and stuff to go in there and get it out without people dying from getting it out. So, so that's the thing. And it's going to take a while. It's not going to be like a quick thing. So they're going to have to probably, if the U.S. is going to do it, you're going to probably have to put boots on the ground to protect it. That way you're not getting attacked or anything. What's he say? What we want to recover is the centrifuges and solid materials. We are not actually getting the dust. Well, once the main materials removed, they will fill the space with concrete completely. Well, no, what I'm saying though is when you open it up, when you start digging to open it up, you could get exposed to stuff that, like if stuff got damaged. Like I don't know how fully the stuff was damaged. What happened? What did I do? If it's gases separation, it takes very specialized equipment. I didn't even know Tina Peters was being held in the town I live in, her district, all the way across the state. These commies put her so her family has to travel as far as possible. Yeah, well, she should be getting out in a few days now. I saw pictures of her waving today. I worked with that stuff at Los Alamos in the 90s at Lance Accelerator. Okay, American Dreamer. Thank you. Hey, Red Alert, what's up? Maybe some type of vacuum or suction equipment for that. I'm just saying our EOD teams are surpassed by no one. Well, that's what I'm saying. But it's going to be, I would say it would probably take a minimum of 2 to 4 weeks to be able to do it. It's not going to be a couple days. Oil prices are already dropping. Yeah. So although exactly how the uranium will be removed from the country remains unclear, such agreement would fulfill a long-standing and major aim of the White House. While the Islamist regime has yet to confirm any details as the spotty track records and following through on its commitments, an agreement would also likely shore up support from Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill, some of whom have expressed skepticism. We're going to get into some of that skepticism. What's this? Oh, look at this. Thanks, Bella. My cold and dreary day has some sunshine. Well, thank you.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Read the rest of what I said above. There's a J6 visual here, and Ashley's mom is here with a bunch of J6s holding the 72 hours. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Spuds. With that, we hit the goal for the first additional hour of the show. So that means right now we are $100 away from a second additional hour of the show. That's just awesome. Thank you all for being so generous. Bella is a babe. Read the rest of what I said above. Didn't I read it? I thought I read it. Thank you for the 10. Did I not read it? This is not what you said? The J6 visuals or something else? Let me look. Mickey, Ashley's mom is here with a bunch of J6 Patriots for Tina Peters. She's a Gold Star mom. This holiday, she should be free. Yes, definitely. Yeah, she should. You're right. Viva's flag flows whichever way Barnes done. Hadn't watched a month. Well, I just popped it on to see because I wanted to see what there was, because this is the first show that they've had since Massey got defeated. So I just wanted to see what it was. But thank you so much for the 10 there, Glenn Croy. With that means we are now just 90 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. And I want to say to the other troll type person that's in the chat, don't call people names. Name calling is not allowed in the chat. So don't insult people's names. Don't talk about people's mothers. That will get you timed out or blocked in the chat. So don't do that. Report noted that while Iran previously rejected, thank you, Glenn Croy. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 5. You didn't. I tried to read it. I just missed that other one. That's my apologies. I found the first one. So thank you so much. With that means we're just 85 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Yes. In other words, don't be a child. Yes, don't be a child. When did I say something about someone's mom? You said, go ask your mom what gas prices were. I saw it. So just stop it. Knock it off. I think Barnes is buttered. He wasn't using the 2020 election cases. He badmouthed Trump until Trump was a nominee and then badmouthed him once he was in. Yeah, I think he just wanted Jim should have yelled at me a long time ago. I would never yell at you, American Dreamer. What would I yell at you for? The report noted that while Iran previously rejected the notion of surrendering uranium, the apparent agreement came as America's intimated that it was not that was willing to resume its military campaign against the country if a deal was not reached. Well, indeed, President Trump said on Saturday he was ready to blow Iran to kingdom come. Trump announced it's largely negotiated. So, Axios report the two sides are ready to sign a memorandum of understanding. Oh, got another 5 from Jonathan Marcus on Cash App.
Tactical.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, that was a false alert there. That means a 5 on the Cash App. That means we're now just 80 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, everybody. The outlet cited unnamed U.S. officials said the memorandum would include a commitment from Iran to give up pursuing nuclear weapons and agree to negotiate the end of its enrichment program and hand over the stockpile of uranium. It seems like the longer Iran waits to make a deal, the less relevant they become on the oil markets. It seems like that's what's happening. It seems like that. Glenn says, I'm more MAGA than I was on J6. Me too, man. Me too. I've not seen anything. I've not seen anything that, that would make me question. I'm, America first, MAGA, whatever you want to call it. I don't want our president doing anything that's not the best for America. That's all. So concurrently, the U.S. would reportedly negotiate the lifting of sanctions and the release of Iranian funds over the same period of time. However, Axios said that such a measure would only be fully implemented upon the final deal, which would presumably resolve the nuclear issue. The report added the Strait of Hormuz would be open during the 60-day ceasefire in exchange for the U.S. lifting its naval blockade. Additionally, the memorandum of understanding also reportedly includes a commitment to end the conflict in Lebanon, which broke out after Hezbollah militants fired on Israel following the killing of a former Iranian supreme leader. It remains to be seen if Israel's agreed to end its war on the Iranian-backed terror group. Yeah. Like I said, I disagree with some of Trump's actions, but he's by far the only president in my lifetime who's doing most of what he said. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to do a bunch of stuff, and they're just not letting him. They're just not letting him. He's being stopped in the courts. He's being stopped by the Congress. The rhinos are poisoning the deal. So the final deal is yet to be announced. Regional partners in the Middle East celebrated the apparent diplomatic breakthrough. Commenting on a call between Trump and Middle East leaders, Saudi foreign minister said, during the call, the leaders reviewed the latest developments, expressing deep appreciation for President Trump's leadership and his commitment to consultation and coordination with regional leaders. All right. So CBS has it as details are emerging. Yeah. Says, James, you got a 5-minute timeout. Please don't come back and continue what you were doing. Iran agrees in principle to dispose of the highly enriched uranium.
the agreement that could wind down the Iran war. In a social post today, President Trump wrote, "If I make a deal with Iran, it will be a good and proper one." He added, "I don't make bad deals." The agreement would reopen the Strait of Hormuz, vital to the flow of the world's oil supply. Its closure has sent gas prices soaring. Today, prices averaging $4.51 a gallon. That's up $1.52 since the war started nearly 3 months ago. Tonight, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he and President Trump remain united on preventing Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. CBS's MTS Tayeb is in Tel Aviv with the very latest on that. MTS.
Jerika, good evening. Although U.S. and Iranian negotiators have agreed to broad principles of a deal, including on several of the thorniest of issues that divide the bitter rivals, President Trump cautions the White House will not be rushing into signing any agreement.
The future of the Strait of Hormuz is one of the biggest points of contention between the U.S. and Iran after Tehran effectively shut the waterway since the start of the war, and the White House retaliated by imposing its own blockade, causing gas prices to soar. In a Truth Social post today, President Trump said, quote, "The blockade will remain in full force and effect until an agreement is reached, certified, and signed." But a senior Trump administration official told CBS News considerable progress has been made on the opening of the strait, so too on Iran's nuclear program, including its large stockpiles of highly enriched uranium, with this same official saying there's, quote, "no dispute that the stockpiled material would be disposed of. It's a question of how." Tonight, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian said his country did not want the bomb. "We are now ready to reassure the world that we are not seeking nuclear weapons," he said. But Pezeshkian also lashed out at Israel, calling it a, quote, "destabilizing force in the region." Tehran insists Israel's war in Lebanon be part of any deal. Despite a ceasefire, the Israeli military's confrontation with the Iranian proxy group Hezbollah has been devastating. At least 3,100 people have been killed in Lebanon since March, including 210 children, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. In a post on X, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said President Trump, quote, "reaffirmed Israel's right to defend itself against threats on every front, including Lebanon," which has widely been interpreted as Israel would continue to carry out strikes there, regardless of Tehran's objections.
And tonight, U.S. officials say they believe Iran's new supreme leader has approved the broad template for a draft deal, but that any agreement would lead to further negotiations, Jerika, rather than
I don't want
a
further
final
negotiations.
settlement.
It needs to be a final
MTS
settlement.
Tayeb in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it has to be a final settlement. I'm not good with this. Can continue negotiations because that's Iran's pattern. It's been Iran's pattern for years. Just more negotiations. Just keep negotiations. Just keep dragging it out. Get what they want. Don't ever give in. No, it's got to be this. It's either it's got to be all or nothing, all or nothing. And then Trump then came out and said he wavers on optimism of the peace talks. He says he's not in a rush to make a deal. Yeah, Thune is useless. Yeah, it's just, here's the thing, like America First says right here, the problem is Jim reads the chat. He doesn't want to be bombarded by ignorance. Yeah, I try to read the chat and answer to people. When people are throwing things out there and doing other stuff, it's interfering with everyone else's enjoyment of the show because then I can't address questions because there's other crap in there that's just there to just aggravate people and piss them off. That's all. So Trump says we're not in a rush to make a deal. Both sides must take their time and get it right. There can be no mistakes. Trump appears to have wavered on yesterday's optimism. Well, I wouldn't say he's just saying he doesn't want to make a doesn't want to make a mistake. That's all. Doesn't want to agree to something and then get screwed over like it's happened all in the past. Negotiations are proceeding in an orderly and constructive manner. I've informed my representatives not to rush into a deal. Both sides must take their time and get it right. The American naval blockade of Iranian waters will remain in force until an agreement is reached, certified, and signed. The latest statement shifts from Saturday when Trump suggested a deal was imminent, claiming final aspects of the details of the deal are currently being discussed. So Sir Keir Starmer expressed his approval of the diplomatic progress. He made clear that any settlement must restore full maritime access, We need to see an agreement that brings the conflict to an end and reopens the strait with unconditional, unrestricted freedom of navigation. Yeah, Kuwait's right. Carter is the one who welcomed the IRGC and the Ayatollah to take over Iran. We are in this situation because of Carter. We're in so many situations because of Carter. I talked about it, I believe, last night. I've talked about it many times. The reason that we recognize, I mean, the People's PRC, the People's Republic of China, the PRC, the CCP, the reason they are the recognized China in the UN is because of Carter. Carter did that. Carter did that. Prior to what Carter did, it was the ROC, the Republic of China, which is Taiwan, the actual government, you know, the government that was led by Chiang Kai-shek through World War II, who was our ally. Carter betrayed, just like Carter betrayed the Shah and let and had the Ayatollah come in, just like Carter betrayed us when he gave over the Panama Canal, which was our canal. We built it. It was part of the Constitution of Panama that was our territory. So, what's it say? By the way, Israel's been hit by 8 missiles and bombs in the last 20 hours. Israel's the size of New Jersey. Can you imagine New Jersey being hit by 8 missiles and bombs? Yeah. Carter liked to come off as a bumbling idiot. He was far from that. He flat out evil. Yeah. Anyone remember when Carter tried to invade Iran and got service members killed without Congress approval? Yeah. Yeah, totally happened. Yeah, Operation Eagle Claw, right? Was it Eagle Claw? Something like that? Eagle Claw. Yeah, Carter should have kept farming peanuts. I would rather have the ladies on a view negotiate with Iran. If things go sideways, we can blame them or thank them. Yeah, well, yeah, think of how many things have the Dems ruined? So many things. So many things. Trump rushes for a peace deal. Trump takes too long for a peace deal. Orange man bad. Either way. Yeah, well, yeah. Americans have been getting robbed and manipulated for generations. This amount of fraud doesn't get set up overnight. It's been compounded. Yeah, it has. This is for generations. Yes. Have you noticed though? Have everyone paid attention to the fundraising stuff? What's been going on with Democrats? Like I have the story. Maybe we'll get to it. That Spencer Pratt has raised 10 times the amount of money that the Democrats have for that mayor's race. I mean, the Senate, the Republicans, the congressional Republicans, congressional Senate, they're like miles ahead of the Democrats because they don't have the money to steal anymore. They're not getting the money from the NGOs. They're not getting the money from USAID. Yeah, to be fair, act of God's denied that operation. Carter should have checked the weather reports. Well, you know, yeah, at left constantly just says it's Trump's fault. Well, everything's Trump's fault. So the prime minister was unequivocal on the nuclear question, declaring it's vital that Iran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. I think everyone agrees to that, right? What's this? And this just says Trump's not rushing Iran deal, whacks critics as losers. Trump said the talks to end the war and reopen the straits are proceeding, but urged the team not to rush. He also lashed out at critics. It's not even fully negotiated yet, so don't listen to the losers who are critical about something they know nothing about. So that's what he's saying about that. You know, because we've got a bunch of rhinos that are already complaining and bitching about a deal that's not even done yet. So top Republicans warned Trump against making a deal with Iran, finished the job. So you got some Republicans that basically are just like, oh, crap, too. I heard a donor gave Pratt $2 million. I totally forgot. We had another donation on PayPal. I saw it, and then I didn't say on the PayPal here from Tim Lorsung, $10. Thank you so much, Tim, on the PayPal. That means with that, we are now just $70 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Tim. Trump tells the truth. They are whittling away Americans' rights and trying to replace them with the illegals that will be subservient. Yeah, that's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. Well, Mossad put a virus in computers would be used for well, yeah, the Stuxnet virus. I mean, I think that was actually developed by the U.S. I think it was us, and we developed. It was like a joint operation. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure because that was very advanced. And anybody set up a GoFundMe for Cornyn's Kleenex fund yet? No, but he's going to be a problem, though. I think he's going to be doing stuff. Basically, once on Tuesday, after the primary, after he's defeated, he's going to join with Cassidy and Tillis to be the SOAR. So there's going to be some issues until January, until the new people get into the Senate. Yes, we have to be louder, stand up for America and our children. So top Republicans war on Trump, finish the job.
It's Recreational Warehouse.
To the East Room at the White House for President Trump to swear in America's new chairman of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Warsh. We know the focus has been on the economy right now, and it hinges on lowering interest rates, sticking points, Iran's uranium that's been enriched. To different degrees, they want to take it further. But as we heard from the Secretary of State Rubio today, they can never have a nuclear weapon. And also, they can never have control over that oil shipping lane that's so critical, not just to countries in the West, but around the world, the Strait of Hormuz. The conflict is a major focus at a high-stakes NATO summit, where I mentioned
the Fed chair did expire, and that's why Warsh was in. It expired before that, but something that's never happened before is Powell stayed on, basically, and is trying. It's never happened any other time. It's never happened when your chairmanship expires, they leave. But he's trying to stay on as still on the board of governors, and he's saying, I'm waiting until I know that their investigation into me is over, because they're investigating him for the $2 billion that it seems like they stole from the U.S. taxpayers for their, it's a 3-story building, all right, the Fed, and somehow they spent $2 billion refurbishing it. That makes no sense. Makes no sense. Hey, Roselle Jam, what's up? Great to be. Thanks for having you here. Thanks for hitting a like. It's not important to the West. It's important to the EU and the East. Yeah.
The Secretary of State says there's been some slight progress in the negotiations. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Iran reportedly is in talks with Oman, an American friend in the Middle East, on a plan to charge fees for ships passing through the strait. And the Trump administration repeatedly has warned against Iran's attempt to permanently control that critical waterway. Here is Secretary of State Rubio.
Iran is trying to create a tolling system. They're trying to convince Oman, by the way, to join them in this tolling system in an international waterway. I don't know of anyone in the world that should be in favor of a tolling system in an international waterway. That's just not acceptable. It can't happen. If that were to happen in the Straits of Hormuz, it will happen in 5 other places around the world.
And Iran also is digging in its heels regarding its uranium, as I just mentioned, resisting President Trump's calls to give it up. The regime has about 440 kilograms of uranium that have already been enriched to about 60%. That's enough to produce some nuclear bombs, although if they get beyond that, that capacity grows exponentially. Once it reaches that weapons grade level, and significant portions are believed to be buried deep underground, it would be very difficult to get to them. President Trump is making his bottom line, though, very clear on this.
Right now we're negotiating, and we'll see. But either we're going to get it one way or the other. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. You will have a nuclear war in the Middle East, and that war will come here. That war will go to Europe. We cannot let that happen, and it won't happen. It's not going to happen. That's more important than anything else. We can't. I can think of nothing that's more important.
I don't get
than
it
the fact
either.
that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we won't.
We are covering all of this from all angles, as we always do here on The Focus. General Charles Wald, a former deputy commander of U.S. European Command, will join me moments from now. I want to begin with foreign correspondent Jeff Paul, who's in Dubai right now. Jeff.
Yeah, Harrison, an advisor for the president here in the UAE says at the moment, in his opinion, he thinks there's a 50-50 chance that the U.S. and Iran agree on a future peace deal. He says his concern is that in the past, Iran has sort of overplayed or overestimated the cards they carry, and he's hoping that's not the case this time. Meanwhile, President Trump says that he's allowing those negotiations to continue as Iran is said to be currently reviewing the latest proposal. We also know Pakistan is intensifying its efforts to mediate the process, with several reports indicating its army chief is on the way to Tehran. On top of that, Reuters says Qatar has sent a negotiating team to Iran to help secure a deal to end the war. But at the same time, Iran is seemingly sending a very provocative message to Washington with this map. It shows large areas of control in the Strait of Hormuz that stretch to the shores of the United Arab Emirates and Oman. Iran is now reportedly in talks with Oman over working together to control the strait and even charge tolls. President Trump responding to that report this way.
Well, we're looking at it. We hear about it. They've negotiated. They've had a relationship with them before. And we'll see. We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get through it. We want it open. We want it free. We don't want tolls. It's international. It's an international waterway. They're not charging tolls.
Now, officials here in the UAE also say that any sort of control over the Strait of Hormuz would have serious global implications. They also say prior to the war, Iran's nuclear program was a priority 2 or 3 for them. It is now their #1 priority. Harris.
Jeff, thank you. In focus now, retired U.S. Air Force General Charles Wald, a former deputy commander of U.S. and European Command. He's also a distinguished fellow at the Jewish Institute for National Security of America. General, great to have you today. First of all, this seems really complicated. Simple from our end, can't have a nuclear weapon. But for Iran, they're now sending back maps, and it's like they want to redistrict their area over there and count us out. Are we going to get a deal, do you think?
Well, I hope we get a deal, but I would say this. I think the Iranians talk big, they talk tough, but they're really in no position to do that. I mean, they do threaten some of the transit through the Straits of Hormuz area, but the United States military, in this case, with some of our allies, is in control of the Straits of Hormuz. I think what the president just said is exactly right. I think it's time for us to probably be a little less patient than we've been, and we need to go back and probably have to do a little more kinetic activity militarily. There's still military targets we should go after. But it's almost ludicrous that the Iranians think they can barter with this. And I think Secretary Rubio said the right thing, frankly.
General Wald, can you talk to me about the steps? Would it be an incremental? Would we just go in and hit those targets right away? Because all of the neighbors that we call friends and partners strategically in that region, I mean, you hear Qatar has sent someone to be part of the negotiations. They lay bare because they're so close to the enemy.
Well, I think we should try to have the GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council states, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman, for that matter, participate with us. I'm a little bit distressed that Oman is talking like they're going to have some kind of collaboration with the Iranians on a toll. That's not, of course,
interesting.
Not going to happen.
Yeah. You don't think that will happen? Does it make it more difficult for our end to press and get what we want in that deal?
Actually, I think it makes it more clear that we're probably going to have to do some kinetic action go forward. There's no way we're going to have a toll in the Straits of Hormuz. As the Secretary mentioned, that's just out of the question. So and I don't think Oman's really part of that party, but you hear this discussion, it's almost beyond ludicrous. There's no way that's going to happen. The United States Navy will stop that in a heartbeat.
You mentioned Secretary Rubio, and I have a couple of times. He's in Sweden for NATO meetings. Rubio also addressed the criticism of our NATO allies earlier. Let's watch.
The president's views, frankly, disappointment at some of our NATO allies and their response to our operations in the Middle East. They're well documented. That will have to be addressed.
What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was in NATO for a large portion of my career, and as you mentioned, I was a deputy commander for the U.S. forces in NATO in my last assignment. I think NATO should be more actively involved particularly in the securing the Straits of Hormuz with us. They're doing a good job for Ukraine. I get that, but I think NATO. We've asked them. I think they should participate, and I agree.
You know, it's interesting. You just brought up Ukraine. And I mean, we know Russia's going to do what it does. It's always going to ramp up if it thinks the world is not focusing on that particular section, so it can kind of move in. Some of the response from NATO, though, has been to fortify Poland and other areas of Europe that are close to Russia.
Yep. You're 100% right, Dr. Meganauts. The Strait of Hormuz did not have a toll before Trump. For decades, it was toll-free, and it's an international thing. It's not going to have a toll now. It's not going to have a toll. It's not happening.
That we are considering sending 5,000 U.S. troops to that area. What do you think about that?
I support it. I support everything we can do for NATO in Ukraine.
No, what they're doing, they're going to send 5,000 troops to Poland. They're taking them out of Germany because Poland is a good ally. Germany and the rest of these people in Europe are not.
Ukraine issue. I think Ukrainian military and
I
government's
agree.
done a
I think we should get out of
fantastic
NATO,
job
but
defending itself. I think it's put Russia in a tough spot from the standpoint they were. The saying goes that.
All right, I'm done with this.
That Russia had the second best military in the world before it invaded.
So, top Senate Republicans are pressuring Trump against pursuing what he described as a weak Iran deal. Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi, chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, issued a sharply worded warning Thursday to President Trump not to abandon military pressure on the Iranian regime. Yeah, why are we still in NATO? I don't know. I think we should get out. Yeah, Poland is based. They are. Yeah, so we'll help them out. If they want, if they're going to help with do stuff. So we'll see. Yeah, Poland shoots people trying to cross their borders. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yeah, like Glenn says here, the Dems get away with this crap because they all walk in lockstep and pay gullible, useful idiots who don't need and shouldn't be paid to speak even louder and make them face the truth. Yeah, that's what happens. Yep, NATO are like placeholders at this point. He said our babies are also settlers. In the context of settlers should be grabbed. Yeah, that's what Hassan did say that. He said, yeah, he did. That's why he used to stream with Ethan Klein, and he said that, and that's when Ethan Klein said, I can't be associated with you anymore. And if I'm not mistaken, Hassan sent all these people after Ethan Klein trying to do a bunch of stuff. And that's why Ethan Klein is suing some people. I mean, I know a little bit about it, but I don't want to really get into all that. So Lisa says it's not just the oil, it's the fiber optic internet lines on the bottom of the strait. That's why they can't have control. Yes, we have to clean our house before we can clean other people's houses. Yes, U.S. out of UN, UN out of U.S. I agree. We're at a moment that will define President Trump's legacy, Wicker said in a statement. His instincts have been to finish the job that he started, but he's being ill-advised to pursue a deal that would not be worth the paper it's written on. Our commander-in-chief needs to allow American skilled armed forces to finish the destruction of Iran's conventional military capabilities and reopen the strait. I don't disagree. I think we should, yeah. I think we should just do it and just get it done. Jim, I thought it was on the news they spent over $4 billion for that reserve building. Maybe they did. Like I know that it was originally supposed to be $1 billion. Then it was $2 billion. Maybe it's $4 billion now. I mean, they're just stealing the money. Yeah. Oh yeah. Ashley St. Clair is a gold digging 304 like you wouldn't believe. Like, and that's a problem. That is a problem on the right. Like where someone comes in, it's a pretty face and they say the right stuff and you just go, and then all of a sudden they turn out to be like that. It's happened numerous times. Not if we deport a moratorium on all immigrants until it's done and all the immigrants are vetted like a real country. That's what should happen. Yeah. Like Joe, I'm just saying we can't keep doing this crap. Go all in or leave. Yeah, that's the thing. Can't keep doing the same shit over and over again and basically negotiating, and then we just basically go, whatever, I don't want to fight, so we'll just do whatever. Yeah, whatever. The remarks expose a growing tension inside the Republican national security circles as the Trump administration weighs whether to pursue a negotiated settlement with Iran or continue its military campaign. A White House official said Iran will never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, and Trump always prefers a diplomatic solution, but he's been clear about the consequences if Iran refuses to make a deal. Yeah. The other problem on the right is that strongly worded letters, they need to grow a pair. Yes, definitely. Yeah. Even when Iran agrees to something, it's just a lie and delay tactic. Yes, yeah. Like if they don't say, okay, come get the uranium. If that's not the deal, we'll let you come in and get it. If that's not the deal, then it's not a deal. And that's, I'm sorry. If the deal's not, sure, America, we're not, come in and get the stuff, then it's not a deal. Their timelines, like the Chinese, their Chinese timelines are decades, 100 years. The U.S., it's like every 4 years, there could be a change of president, Congress changes, and then things change. It's a problem. We just swore in 450 new immigration judges. We aren't done with illegal immigrants yet. No, I know. They got to go. As President Trump stated, he will only make a deal that's good for the American people. He's not going to be rushed into making a bad deal. And due to the successes of Operations Epic Fury and Economic Fury and the blockade, Trump holds all the cards and has the time he needs to make the best deal for the United States. Well, let's hope so. So Wicker's comments came just hours after Secretary of State Marco Rubio acknowledged that there's been some progress in negotiating, while cautioning that no agreement had been reached. We're not there yet. I hope we get there. Yeah, it's just a promise from a bunch of sadistic liars. They have to give up 1,500 fast boats to ensure they won't attack and lay mines. Yeah, well, or we just blow. Why haven't we blown up all those boats? We should have already been blowing up those boats. So the key issues remain unresolved: is Iran's nuclear stockpile and whether Tehran will be permitted any future uranium enrichment. No more uranium enrichment. Get rid of the pile. That's it. Then, and even Ted Cruz says that he's deeply concerned about the potential deal and tells Trump to hold the line. Hold the line. Hold the line is what he says. You got to nip it in the bud. Yeah, you got to nip it in the bud. Ted Cruz said on Saturday that he has concerns about the potential peace deal that might have been reached earlier in the day. President Trump said more details on the deal would be forthcoming. Some reports have said the agreement would include a 60-day ceasefire while additional negotiations continue over the nuclear program. See, that's not to me, that's unacceptable. That's just a delay tactic. Because then here's the thing. All right, let's be 100% real right here, right now. 60-day ceasefire while they negotiate more puts it into August. All right, puts it into August. No way that he will immediately face complete and total blockades in the Congress that close to the election if he tries to do anything at that point. Why are you getting heated? There's no reason to get heated. To me, it's unacceptable. Yeah. Hold the Line's a good song. Toto was a great band. Yeah. I spake the rains down in Africa. And it was Rosanna again. Blah, 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 blah. I meet you all the way. I don't know why Trump is allowing marginal friends to negotiate for us. Announce it publicly. This is what I want. And by this time, or the bombs drop. Yep, I agree. 100%. 100%. That's what should be happening. I'm deeply concerned about what I'm hearing about the deal being pushed by some voices in the administration, is what Cruz posted. He was right to do so. He was right to bomb Iran and he needed to destroy all their missiles and drones and sink their entire navy. Cruz also wrote, I hear Bella barking over there. Check it out. If the result of all this is the Iranian regime still run by Islamists who chant death to America, and they're now going to receive billions of dollars, being able to enrich uranium and develop weapons, and having control over the Strait of Hormuz, then the outcome would be a disastrous mistake. I agree. You know, the details are coming out, and they're praying that the early reports are wrong. The fact that Biden's Rob Malley is praising the deal is not encouraging. If any of these demon rats are praising the deal, then yeah, it's not. It should be concerning for everybody. It should be really concerning. Demon rats should not be happy about the deal, because demon rats hate America. So for demon rats to like the deal, it would mean it's bad for America. I mean, it's just common sense. It's just common sense. Bella's dreaming. It sounds like it. Bella's dreaming, chasing after a squirrel or a cat or something. Maybe she is. But she's chasing cars. Could be. Very true. Yes, chasing cars. He drew a criticism from Alex Brushewitz, a Trump advisor. Says, "Cool, Ted. No one asked you, bro. Stop trying to undermine the president." That's not a way to, honestly. I mean, that's not acceptable, Mr. Brushewitz. Then Cruz responded, "Hush, child. The adults are talking. I'm not your bro." And young political grifters pushing Iran appeasement are not remotely helping the president. All right, you know what? I got to give that a W for Cruz on that one. Can you sing "Over the Hills and Far Away"? No, I could sing, Yeah, Cruz gave an honest assessment. That's what I saw it as. I don't know. I don't like the way some of these people that he's got, like, because some of these people, honestly, I go like, are you any different than Ashley St. Clair? Some of these people that, you know, weaseled their way into the administration. I don't know. I don't know. It's just, you know, Ted Cruz and Trump ally battle online over criticism of the deal. Senators urge Trump to finish the job in Iran as president military upend Memorial Day plans. Now, I will say I was watching, we'll check real quick just to double check. I was watching the Pentagon pizza tracker, and it was at DOCON. It's right now. Well, let's see, right now. I'll show you guys. Right now, it's at DOCON 3, which is just like, you know, increase in force readiness. It was at DOCON 1 last night, and earlier today it was at DOCON 1. So I don't know. But right now it's at DOCON 3. So we'll keep watching this. This monitors the food going into the Pentagon, basically. And generally speaking, when it's at DOCON 1, shit's going on. That's just it. So Senate Republicans, including the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, called on Trump to resume the military strikes. Trump this weekend, the same day the president announced he's canceled weekend plans, even missing his son's wedding in the Bahamas, citing his duty to stay in Washington. Trump this week made it clear that U.S. forces are ready to launch strikes. Some of the people advising Trump weren't around when Iran was a paper tiger. If this drags on until August, perhaps oil will be even lower by that time. He's got it. I know this, like my granny used to say, shit or get off the pot. Because you have to, DOCON 1, news at 11. Yeah. Because he's got to get this. It's got to be done by the 4th of July. It's got to be done by the 4th of July. You can't have the 250th anniversary of the United States with this shit going on. So just do what you got to do, man. It shouldn't take, if you just put the pedal to the metal and let the B-52s go, just release them, just go at it, there wouldn't be any military left in Iran. I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. NATO is the paper tiger. Yeah. So at least some U.S. troops holiday weekend has been canceled as a precaution. A source familiar with the military planning told the Post. Pentagon also called some troops from military bases in the Middle East should Iran attempt to retaliate should Trump decide to attack. The news came the same day that the Iran war opponent, Director of National Intelligence. See, and that's the thing they're saying. They're calling Tulsi an Iran war opponent. She never said she was opposed to it. She never did. Pat says, I have faith in the president and his cabinet. They know what they're doing. Submitted her letter of resignation, supporting her husband's bone cancer. Well, her husband has bone cancer. That's what she's not leaving right now. If she was leaving, if she was upset and leaving for some other reason, she would have left immediately. That's not how it works. If somebody's like, fuck this, I'm leaving. I can't take it no more. You don't do it. Blah, blah, blah. They just leave. They don't stick around. They're not allowed to stick around if that's the reason they're leaving. You understand? They don't just let people that are pissed off stay and screw things up. Clearly, Tulsi is leaving because of her husband's bone cancer. Otherwise, she would have been gone. She would have left already. I voted for him 3 times and stood up when Biden stole the election. I may not agree with everything he's done. And only one, and I'm not saying writing letters and passing it off. We are not at the bombers phase. We are at the precision phase, which takes great intelligence and warthogs with special force quick crews. Oh. I thought we took out most of their air defenses, except for the man pads type of stuff, which I didn't think man pads could hit. I didn't think man pads could hit 50,000 feet where the B-52s fly, or 40,000 feet, whatever it is. Even if they're going to attack Iran tonight, no one would know, not even us. Yeah, no, you're right. We'll know when it starts. That's when we'll know. America knows the path to any military superiority is closed, is what an Iranian official says. Yeah, I know. We have America. What is the guy talking? That's it. They're saying things like this. They need to be smacked around. Tom Cotton said the U.S. needs to finish the job. The airstrikes last summer destroyed all their nuclear infrastructure, but it's clear they didn't abandon their ambition. We need to finish the job and make it clear that we won't tolerate them threatening free commerce on the high seas. Wicker went a step further, criticizing diplomatic efforts as both Pakistanis and Qataris have engaged in a now or never push to get Iran to sign the agreement. Yes, leave Tulsi alone. That's what I'm saying. There's people who keep attacking Tulsi. Tulsi's done nothing. Tulsi's been awesome. She never came out and said boo. She didn't say anything about the strike. She didn't ever say she was against them. They're trying to put words into her mouth. And she's leaving because of her husband's illness. That's why she's not leaving to June 30th. She's staying until June 30th. And speaking of Tulsi. Yeah, speaking of Tulsi. There we go. Speaking of Tulsi. All right. Michael Caputo, big Trump supporter, the first guy to file for the Trump for the weaponization fund, says, I wish I had the inner calm to sing as cancer devoured me. I have a feeling Tulsi Gabbard and her husband, Abraham, are about to teach us about a lot more than just national security. How a family deals with cancer is far more valuable lesson. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like the song because it was John Lennon and he was kind of a weirdo commie type of person or whatever, but it's a good song. All right. It's not, it's a song of hope, because wouldn't it be great if the world, it's not saying wouldn't the world be great? It's an aspiration for how the world could be. It's not the world we live in. So, I mean, but for them and what they're going through, yeah, Tulsi knows peace is only achieved through strength. That's why they need to replace us with the 67 IQ people. We have rights and duty to stand and protect the home and country. My dad passed away from mesothelioma. Cancer is a horrible disease. Yeah, that's terrible, and that's caused by albistosis. Yes, praying for both of them. Love that they have one another. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. She wants to spend time with them because it's a horrible thing. This disease, this bone cancer, is extremely painful, extremely rough. He just got diagnosed, just found out about it. It's very fast moving, very fast progressing. Phil says, I voted for Trump in the no more wars he campaigned for. Well, he didn't campaign for no more wars. He campaigned for no more endless wars. No more endless wars. There's a difference. There's some shit. He's cleaning up messes that have been around for quite a long time. The mess in Venezuela has been around for over 30 years. The mess in Iran has been around for 50 years. Just 47, 48 years. He's cleaning up messes. That's what he's doing. He's fixing stuff. Yeah. Hate the song, but F cancer. Yeah. Phil says, except it's in the Communist Manifesto in the song. Well, I mean, I don't know. They are from Hawaii, so. Yeah. What's it say? Imagine there's no loving your goats. Oh, my God. Okay. I love the song. Rush Limbaugh loved Elton John. I do, too. Yeah, he said he was going to bomb the shit out of Iran. He said he was going to bomb the shit out of Iran. That's what he said. That's what he said. Trump has been speaking of taking care of Iran since the 80s. Yeah. Trump is cleaning up what the other presidents promised to do, but none of them ever did. He's the only one with the guts to do something. That's right. The only one with the guts to do something. So, yeah. So I'm praying for Tulsi and her husband. I am. I hope he pulls through. . Let's get on to the next story here. All right. Which is great news. From the FBI this week, 1.1 million fewer violent crimes under President Trump. Gundam, what's up? Sorry I'm late watching the Hans games. Very interesting premise. Were you talking about the song? It was just we were talking about Tulsi and stuff, and I saw that video, and I was like, I gotta bring this up. Yeah, the mess in Venezuela took less than an hour to solve. Yes. Yeah, that's prayers for Tulsi and her husband. Yeah, definitely. So this is the largest decrease in violent crime in 90 years. All right. You're witnessing the most prolific reduction in crime in U.S. history under this administration. FBI's preliminary data shows the single largest decrease in violent crime and murder since 1937. This is just not, and there people are trying to attack Cash. It's like he's doing a bad job. If people don't like the song, they will like Imagine Communism, John Lennon parody, Alex Jones, globalism song. Anyone who turns on Trump because of a few things, I can only imagine the kind of relationship they've had. He's done more for America than any president in my 51 years. Second best after George. I don't disagree. Like 1.1 million fewer crimes. The FBI stats just ruined a lot of narratives this week. Preliminary crime data shows the single largest decrease in violent crime and murder since 1937. So the preliminary crime data shows U.S. experienced the single largest decrease in violent crime and murder since 1937. Patel highlighted several points in his weekly update, lauding agents for the work they have accomplished across the nation, from cracking down on welfare fraud to arresting narcotics traffickers and scammers. But one statistic stood above all of them. Yeah, I can't stand Bruce Springsteen at all now. Revolution is an anti-communist song. You're catching up at 2 times speed, but I still love you all. Well, thanks. You got to get back injections Tuesday. You're hanging on by a thread. If you don't see me for a week, that's why, but I'll be back. Okay, Red Alert. Well, I hope you're going to be okay. Injections are a way better choice than surgery. That's from my personal experience. Hey, Kilo, what's up, man? How you doing? Great to see you. Great to see you. Great to see you. Yeah, feel better soon. Prayers for you. Finally home from the farm, awaiting your turn in the shower. Well, nice to see you, KPT. Thanks for being here. What is going on here? My phone is blowing up over here. Our preliminary data shows 2025 shows the single largest decrease in violent crime and murder since 1937, almost 90-year low, with 1.1 million fewer violent crimes than the year prior, including huge decreases across the board in aggravated assault, rapes, and robberies. Now, I hope, here's the thing, I hope this isn't just this isn't just people juking the stats, as they say. I hope this isn't just games being played with stats. Now, I'm not saying the FBI, I'm talking about local police departments. The last 11 months have been the most successful 11 months in U.S. history. The border slammed shut.
The last 11 months have been the most successful 11 months in the history of the American presidency. Think about what President Trump inherited and what we have today. We just got a blockbuster 4.3% economic growth report for Q3, for the third quarter today, smashing expectations, fueled by rising consumer demand, and here's a key word, American exports. Our whole lives, all we've had are imports. Imports from Asia, imports from Mexico, imports from Canada. Now we're an exporting powerhouse. Energy prices are down. Gas prices have been cut by almost 50%. We're an energy superpower. We're a manufacturing superpower. And also, Very importantly, we are a technology superpower. After years of watching other countries invent the new technologies, beat us in 5G, under President Trump, we have a revolution in quantum computing, artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, and we're bringing the semiconductor industry back to the United States. A technology superpower, a manufacturing superpower, and most importantly of all, a military superpower. You saw the announcement today about the Golden Dome, the Golden Fleet, the next generation of battleships, or the announcement yesterday, sorry, about how the president is making the American military the dominant, overwhelming, lethal force of the 21st century. The border is slammed shut, crime is plummeting, illegals are going home, and America is for Americans again. You could not ask for a better Christmas list than that, Charlie.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So Patel provided several examples of the FBI's wins over the last week. Let me look for something here. I'm just looking through the chat for something. No drawer storm is sinking a battleship. I heard Barnes had a doozy. Wish he would go back to talking about the law. Hope everyone's doing well. Pol Pot in Cambodia controls people by killing all the smart ones. Here in the U.S., they're trying the same by dilution of the intelligent ones. Same effect, just easier to get it done. Yeah, agree 100%. Should have get off the pots 100% on point. Trump needs to get out, even if that means staging some fake conflict with Israel to justify their actions. Well, I don't know about staging some fake conflict with Israel. Just do what you got to do and get it done and over with. Yeah, my main reason for voting for Trump is the border and moving illegal, not prices. Yeah. Also out of FBI Miami, a former assistant U.S. attorney who supported Jack Smith has been arrested for stealing government documents and concealing documents from investigators using fake labels. We've also surged ahead of our national crackdown on fraud. Patel was referencing Governor Tim Walz is embroiled in smelly fraud scandals. Several arrests have been made in Minnesota. FBI announced fraud charges against 15 subjects indicted for over $90 million in healthcare fraud. These cases involve the two largest Medicaid fraud cases ever charged in the district, and the first of their kind, charges involving 7 other Medicaid programs, including fraud targeting autism. Patel also revealed that one indicted individual attempted to flee during today's raid, but within 2 hours, the FBI and our partners got him, and he's now in our custody. I wonder if is that the guy that jumped out of the window and broke his ankle or something? The case is resulting of outstanding work by FBI Minneapolis and other personnel through the Bureau, and that Amy Bach was sentenced to 42 years in prison for being the mastermind behind the infamous $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud. If Tulsi runs for POTUS in 2028, it will not be a surprise. Well, she's a registered Republican now, so I don't know. If she wants to run as a Republican, I don't know. What is this?
I've been an autoimmune sufferer for most of my life. The most recent autoimmune that I had was Hashimoto's.
But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance.
He'll get it done. Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quick.
Oh, that's what I think too. So the FBI also captured Cameron Lee in Mexico, a fugitive wanted for killing his partner and fleeing with their 2 children, as well as the arrest of 14 individuals for trafficking narcotics. Yeah, that was an old clip. Yeah, it was. I don't know. Can the war against the smelly start with a lot? I hope so. Hey, what's up, Spuds? Great to see you. Thanks for being there. So other successes include dozens of perpetrators who tried to lure innocent kids into sexual activities, 2 arrested for pushing AI deepfake pornography. Yeah, agreed. He didn't say no more wars. He said no more endless wars. Yes. Agency's chief added, every day we are saving lives, keeping people safe. Well, that's good. That's what we want to happen. And then we got this. Then MS Now pans Kash Patel's basically bogus FBI stats after touting Biden-era crime data. Oh, what do you know? Ken Delaney and this guy. Watch what this guy's going to try and claim. Like
Shell Point redefines.
Guy's going to try to claim some crazy stuff here.
Remarkable to hear Kash Patel really lean into these stats, which our sources say are basically bogus. Kash Patel said yesterday that the FBI in 2025 had doubled the number of violent crime arrests than it had done in 2024 in the Biden administration. But what he didn't say was that he changed the policy about how those arrests are counted, according to our reporting, to include arrests where the FBI was present with another agency. The other agency made the arrest and led the investigation, but an FBI agent happened to be there. So that artificially inflated the statistics. But what sources are telling us is that there's no larger number of fugitives or arrestees being taken off the street. It's just simply a numbers game. And so what Kash Patel was trying to argue there just wasn't factual. So these stats just don't add up, and Patel is claiming credit for things that really aren't real. Well, that's just flatly wrong, what Donald Trump said. The latest numbers from the FBI, which come from cities, by the way, the FBI doesn't make these numbers up, showed that violent crime overall declined by a rate of 3% in 2023, and that murder declined 11.6%. That's the largest single-year drop on record. That should be uncontroversial, but it's not, because the Republicans and others are pushing the narrative that this data is wrong, that crime is somehow up when it's down. It's a good news story. It's too bad that not everybody is prepared to accept it, Andrew.
Wow, so he could say that shit, and we're supposed to believe it. So... yeah. MS Now reporters panning what he calls bogus FBI stats. The correspondent Ken Delaney co-authored a report last week alleging FBI was padding the stats to boost arrest numbers. It was remarkable to hear Kash Patel really lean into the stats. Yeah. Delaney claimed Patel changed the policies of violent arrests carried out by other agencies that the FBI was present for were included in a tally. Well, the FBI clearly was helping. Why was the FBI there if they weren't helping them? Cities that lie about crime stats and have been for 20 years. So, yeah. Yeah, there was just a big thing with D.C., the District of Columbia, that they got busted cooking the books. I think they arrested a couple people. They lost their jobs and everything. Trump is forcing the media to report that the stats are fake, right? Yes. Yes, we have 80 million illegals to deport, and criminals need to stop being let out. Yes. Yes, we'll talk. I got some of those stories to talk about. Even with the reduction in violent crime, it's not safe to walk uptown here at night. We still have a long way to go. Very long way to go. Yeah, all the colored white people or all the crime covered up which Biden stats. Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, the Ohio stuff. Vance is from Ohio, and the state's second in Somalia to Minnesota. Yeah, they're starting to look into it. All crimes were lied about. Yeah, they're starting to look into it. They're starting to look into Ohio. I think it's going to be an issue. They know Ohio's got a problem. We looked at the numbers. 4 out of 6 fugitives captured during Patel's tenure were captured within a month of being placed on a list, 2 within a day, 1 within an hour. So these stats just don't add up. Patel's claiming credit for things that aren't real. Oh, so they put a person on a list and they went and got him? So FBI spokesman rejected the claim, saying that the contentions here seeking to discredit law enforcement are false and just the latest attempt to distract from this FBI's and this administration's year of the most prolific reduction in crime in U.S. history. Yep, 4 cops in Chicago run over by a teen takeover last night. Yeah, and they're probably going to get let out because they're not really worried about it in Chicago. The mayor of Chicago thinks it's a good thing, I guess. Yeah, Kash Patel and Devin Nunes are the ones that uncovered the Russia hoax. Yes, they skew the numbers with all the white crime. We cover this here all the time. You guys know about it. I bring it to your attention. I point it out. However, X personality Maisie Moore highlighted Thursday, Delaney appeared far less skeptical of the crime stats released by the Biden-era FBI and even chastised Republican detractors for not believing them. So Delaney asserted that then Cabinet Trump claimed that violent crime was up under Joe Biden was flatly wrong, insisting that 94% of the population is represented in the latest data, which he celebrated for the approach. See, the crime stats under Biden, what they did was they excluded Chicago, they excluded New York City, they excluded LA, they excluded all these major cities. That's a problem. Hold on a second. Hey, Ray Epps, anyone? Yeah. Emma Snow did not respond to Fox's request for comment. Of course they didn't. They're not going to want to talk about it. They're not going to talk about it. They're never going to want to talk about it. Yeah, see, the left tried to destroy Kash Patel. Crime data just vindicated him. So murder and non-negligent manslaughter dropped more than 18% nationwide last year. Aggravated assaults fell 7%. Rape declined 8%. Robbery cratered by 18.5%. Violent crime dropped by 9.3%. It's the single largest decrease of violent crime since 1937. It needs to drop a lot more, though. Yes, me too. I would vote for him a fourth and fifth time. Do I see a deal being signed or resumption of military strikes? I personally think they should resume the strikes, but that's my personal opinion. Oh, Ank's going to go to bed. Thanks for being here, Ank. Please remember, everybody, to hit the like. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And, thanks for being here. We just passed 2 hours, so that means the goal has expired on YouTube. So I'm going to restart a new goal on YouTube because we have an additional hour added to the show. And we are currently $70 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. So I'll start another goal. I'm going to do this 10 yellow super chats for 1 hour. No, I'll do 20. Or wait, I can do 15 actually, because we're 70 away. So I can do 15 $5. That gets us closer because 15 would be $75. We're 70 away. I'll do it for 1 hour. Okay. We're 70 away. All right. There we go. All right. There we go. Do I think the removal of the uranium is legit? Well, it's got to be. That's the only thing. If they're not going to, why did those J6 cops commit suicide? Probably because they were living with what they did. The mayor of Chicago has an 11% approval rating. Yeah. So, I guess we could cover some of this stuff then, since we were talking about crime. We can cover some of this stuff since we were talking about crime. Okay, I'll cover some of this stuff. So, remember this the next time they scream, "How dare you call Trump a Nazi?" Not the first time an anti-Semite with a Nazi insignia made the cover of Time. I mean, that's what this guy's saying. This guy did this. They had Trump on Time, and here's this guy, party crasher. He had a Nazi tattoo. He did. Why did Son get ousted? Because it's all corrupt. That's why. Yeah, the crime report is no different than Biden's unemployment numbers. Fake. Yeah, so remember this. All right. Here we go. Anti-ICE protesters have put up a barrier outside an ICE facility in Newark, New Jersey, and blocking vehicles from entering and leaving. It's seriously, how is this being tolerated now? Start flooding the streets with tear gas and force them to move. I read today that Trump's lawyers have filed some sort of charges lawsuit that his first term should be null and void due to Democrat interference with this. Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I saw brand new boxes of fire extinguishers at the Capitol on J6. They planned on burning it and blaming. They probably were going to do a Reichstag fire deal. That's probably what they were going to do. These people should all be arrested immediately. The fact that they're allowing this to go on and they're not doing anything about it is just nuts. You know? These are the fascists. These are the fascists. Look at they're blocking the energy transfer terminal too. So they're interfering with energy. So they should definitely all be should so. Okay. Oh crap! This was supposed to. I forgot this part of Hassan thing. Crap! I'm sorry. Too bad this isn't in Florida. Yeah, it's legal to do. It's legal to just keep going. Turn the volume down. Can't take the brats anymore. Looks like Vancouver, Canada. Why is there so much mental illness on the West Coast? I don't know. They get paid to do this. Yes, they do. So Hassan's own broadcasts do the prosecution's work for it. He placed himself at a named military-owned hotel on both the prohibited accommodations list and the restricted list, described handing over cash to Cuban nationals while acknowledging the limits on doing so, and confirmed he understood the sanctions regime well enough to obtain a treasury clearance before going. He then recited the prohibition on funding government and military entities, disputed only the policy behind it, and announced he would disregard the restrictions outright on any return trip. The license he would lean on collapses on his own footage, where the schedule centers on state officials, regime solidarity messaging, and recreation rather than independent civil society contact. On CNN, Hassan volunteered that the delegation obtained Treasury authority and then stayed in a designated five-star hotel. We had to get an OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to go. The American government has actually created these incredible restrictions that only allow American citizens to stay in 4 hotels. These are 5-star hotels. If I don't stay in one of those hotels, I could go to prison for 10 years. He repeats that they have to stay in what they declared as 5-star hotels. That legal description is inverted. There is no four hotel whitelist. The relevant instrument is a prohibition list, and the hotel the delegation used has been named in the reporting as the Grand Hotel Bristol, where Piker and other participants were staying. That property is on the government's list. It appears by name on the State Department's Cuba prohibited accommodations list. The list of properties where Cuban asset control regulations generally prohibit persons subject to U.S. jurisdictions from lodging, paying for lodging, or making any reservation to lodge. He wasn't worried about getting locked up. Yeah, but he should be now. Can we talk about the COVID congressional hearing that didn't once cover Jim Jordan having all the Fauci emails insisting virus was from nature? I didn't even know. That happened today? That happened today, Christine? Thank you so much for the 20. That means we're 50 away from a second additional hour. That happened today? I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything about it. So so that hotel was owned by GAISA, which is the Cuban military of the Revolutionary Armed Forces. So payment for the lodging at the Bristol is a direct financial transaction flowing to the Cuban military, prohibited under 31 CFR 515210 and 515209. This is strict liability on the civil side, and the purpose is irrelevant. The support for the Cuban people license he would invoke expressly does not cure it. His own framing makes it worse, not better. He told over 1 million viewers that he was required to stay there. A claim a community note corrected, noting U.S. law only prevents Americans from staying at venues owned by the Cuban government or its officials. Sundays are where the news go to die. You think that was last week, 4 days ago? I will look for it. I will look for it. Hey, Great Eagle, what's up? Great to see you. I will look for it in a second. As soon as I get something to play that I can take the time to look it up. It's devastating. It's devastating stream. He describes the delegation peppering people with just wads of cash for the most part, with the hopes that a little bit of the economic respite for each individual that we encounter. On the collective punishment kneecap call out, Donald Trump over Cuba crisis stream, he goes further and counsels his audience to do the same while showing awareness of the limit. You should bring hard American cash to Cuba and give it to the people of Cuba. Obviously, there's restrictions on how much cash you can bring, but it's like, it is what it is. Does Congress work on Sundays? They're off. I think they're off until next week. I think they're off this entire week. So civil liability needs no intent, but the DOJ referral requires willfulness. Hassan supplied usually direct evidence of it. Unusually direct evidence of it. It was led by Rand Paul and Ron Johnson. Okay. Another stall on vacation. These politicians never work. He knew the regime applied and sought authorization. We had to get the clearance. So this is a sophisticated actor with access to Sanctions Council, not someone unaware that the rules exist. He demonstrated specific knowledge that the targets of his spending were government and military entities. He said a lot of the public administrations here, according to the American government, are still technically owned by the Cuban government. They might try to justify it by saying, oh, you're funding a foreign adversary's military, but the reality is it's funding that would be going to rebuilding these buildings. We've been filling time with Cam Higbee here on YouTube. He takes on the lefties with facts. Hey, Bella's up. Bella. Hey. Are you licking your paws? Don't lick your paws. He recites the prohibition and disputes the policy rather than a fact. He states the intent to violate it on a future chip. Yes, Bella is the goodest girl. And the public record adds a consciousness of illegality from before the trip. He had canceled a previous trip, fearing repercussions. Some wonder whether the conduct fits 31 CFR 515, which requires full-time schedule of activities that promote the Cuban people's independence from the Cuban authorities. His own footage points the other way on every prong. Pretty sure I saved Jim Jordan's YouTube video showing he had the Fauci emails. Yeah, live streaming felonies makes it convenient for the prosecutors. Yeah. Got Bella. No, Bella didn't get yelled at. Bella did not get yelled at. I didn't yell at Bella. She passed right back out. She's doing her back legs. He spent time with the state actors, not independent civil society. By his own description, he conducted interviews with a state hospital surgeon, state university scientist, director of the international medical missions, and an hour-and-a-half sit-down with the Cuban vice minister of foreign affairs. He also met Jody Evans of Code Pink and the Progressive International Delegation. These are government and government-aligned figures. It's called New World Order Coming. What is? Oh, thanks. I bet you're as good-looking as you are smart. The framing is solidarity with the authorities, not independence from them. His schedule reads, recreational in a large part. Across the stream, he describes drinking at La Bogatilla del Medio, a local establishment attending the Kneecap concert, living La Vida Loca, planning to visit the La Plaza de Revolution and everything, sampling cigars and Cuban coffee, being photographed in what reportedly an outfit valued at $5,000, including Cartier glasses and rings. A full-time qualifying schedule requirement bars free time and recreation beyond what his schedule allows. So I mean, I don't know if this is all true. Seems like it. So he had an organizing role rather than a passive attendance. As soon as the trip was being planned, I knew. I hit up Daniel, their manager, and that supports the coordination elements that ties them to the convoy's assembly. He repeatedly foregrounds the non-medical hardware. On the first day stream, the charter was full of good stuff, medicine, food, most importantly, solar panels. And in the mini dock, the convoy is delivering over 40 tons of necessary supplies. The solar panels and generators are the weakest fit for the medical humanitarian export carve-out. His own discussion that the Cuban solar supply is more than 90% Chinese and that China doesn't abide by American restrictions frames the hardware in circumvention terms. So he bought Chinese stuff and brought it in there. Oof. bought Chinese stuff and brought it in there. So I think he's going to have a problem. Oh, check this out. So do you guys remember the other day we were showing the people outside the Luigi Mangione trial saying how all these people that's good that he was all this stuff about he's good, he's dead, and he should be killed, and his kids are better off without him. So this super fan, one of the people that was exposed as the daughter of a senior healthcare executive, and the broader patterns hard to miss. Affluent radicals performing rebellion against the very world that raised them. This has become an archetype to the point that activists become part of the ante of what their parents were. From Bill Ayers to Fergie Chambers, these are the most militant ones in the room, desperate to prove that they're the fiercest enemies of their own class. Ghoulish Mangione-istas groupie is a healthcare executive's relative. This is crazy. It's just crazy. These people are not real supporters of Mangione. They're media plants on a mission to make them look guilty. Oh, okay, good for you, Luigi Archive. So it's a commie, talking commie Shia. Yeah, we saw this already from Bosch. And okay, we'll do this real quick. Ghoulish Mangione superfan exposed as the daughter of a senior healthcare executive at CVS Health. Apocalypse. Yeah. One of the ghoulish Mangione fangirl journalists is herself the spawn of a healthcare executive. This is her right here. Lena Wiesbrot is one of the three Mangionistas. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, so she's the daughter of Rena Natero, who oversees prescription drug insurance coverage rules at CVS Health. So her mother, I think it's a mother or father's a trained pharmacist. And this person unleashed fury at the healthcare industry, who she coldly proclaimed that the kids are better off without them. She formerly held director roles at insurance company WellCare, Providence, and kicked off her career making drugs off her Bayer Health. Portland, Oregon resident, was listed as Speaker of Professional Health, Economics, and Outcomes. Wiesbrot herself obtained a coveted Fulbright MTV fellowship in 2015 after she graduated with a Bachelor of Fine Arts from Florida State University, where tuition cost $6,500. The grant sent her to study South African artists, identifying as feminists who use hip hop at Rose University in South Africa. It's no wonder she turned out crazy. She went to the communist South Africa. Yep, there they are. See the ghouls next door. There she is, saying that she's press. Luigi fans say victim deserved to die. Given press passes. This is just crazy. Yeah, she mocked as guns and guillotines flashed the scene, saying the CEO is a parasite. She rallied Mangione copycats to put billionaires in body bags. This is the person. This person should, yeah, she's all, well, she's LARPing. I hate to break it to you, lady, but your comrades are would get rid of you too. How's the new Alcatraz coming along? Not sure. Trying to see if I missed anything. All right, check it out. So, oh, look, someone is waving a flag representing a group that Democrats claim doesn't exist. This is that thing that was outside that rally I was showing earlier. Or not rally, I'm sorry, the protest, whatever, insurrection. Detainees are on a hunger strike at Delaney Hall in New Jersey. Yeah. Oh, this is crazy. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson is facing a huge backlash for complaining that SCOTUS ruling against racial gerrymandering compromised the court's impartiality. The same liberal who reportedly delayed and stonewalled the Calais ruling from coming out sooner is trying to help the Demon Rats. And it's the same justice who repeatedly ends up the sole dissenter on opinions and has to get called out by her fellow justice for being batshit crazy. He's the same one who can't define a woman. DEI doesn't belong on the court.
Footnote. And Justice Alito is making a point. He's responding to Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent, where she's complaining that the Supreme Court is allowing Louisiana to go forward with redrawing its map, which is completely consistent with the decision that came down last week, where they found that the redistricting had been unconstitutional, right? And so normally there's this 32-day period that happens after a Supreme Court authors a decision before it's sent back to the lower court to basically deal with the ramifications of what they decided. And because the congressional elections are obviously coming up, the governor had already delayed them. The Supreme Court here said, look, we decided we're not reconsidering this. You can go ahead and we're going to bypass the 32 days. Well, Ketanji Brown Jackson is very upset about that. And so Justice Alito points out in that footnote, hey, as a reminder to you, and by the way, the world, we decided this 7 months ago. So the question is, why did he put it in there?
Good question.
And we don't know, but there are two possibilities, right? One could be that the liberal wing of the court, who did not agree with the majority in this decision, were slow walking their dissents. Unfortunately, perhaps in an attempt to impact the upcoming elections. Look, but there also could be the conservative justices may have had some differing opinions on how exactly they wanted to go about this. And so they could have been discussing
You know what
that.
I think? I think we're going to have to wait and read the book.
Well, Molly, I want one point on that, Bill,
Real
really
quick.
quickly, is Molly Hemingway wrote a book on Justice Alito recently, and in her reporting in that book, she says that the liberal wing of the court slow walked their dissents in the Dobbs decision, despite the violence and things that were happening. So we'll.
Yeah, that's what they did. They wanted someone to get killed. That's what they were trying to do. That's what they were trying to do, trying to get someone killed. Yeah.
I am a Supreme Court justice, and I don't know what a woman is.
Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Okay, we saw this. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. Last week, several individuals, including a congressional candidate, were exonerated on charges of attacking ICE officers and property. Chicago media and political establishment cheered. What do you expect to happen as a result of such tolerance and lawlessness? Criminals in Chicago have declared war on the brave men and women who risked their lives to protect the city. Multiple officers hit by a car. And this is the days after Chicago Mayor Kami Johnson. Last week, we made multiple arrests at a gathering, and that led to another gathering happening in Follow Inc. If we think we can arrest our way to safety, you're wrong. We ask police to do too much. He doesn't want police to do their job. What about Code Blue by Dems? Don't know what you mean. Does Iran have uranium mines in their lands? I don't think they have. If they made dirty bomb mines or uranium mines, I have a feeling.
Oh my God, he just hit a lot of police officers. This car just ran through a whole crowd of Chicago police officers while we clearing out this block party. Oh my God. Oh my God. This dude right here just ran through a whole crowd of Chicago police officers. This is crazy, dude. Hey, everybody good?
Everybody's scared.
What? Where's the rest of my guys? There's two more. Help me find two more of my guys.
I'm trying.
Oh my God. I cannot believe I just saw that happen.
Nobody even searched this motherfucker yet.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Chicago's been bad.
You good? Where's get back? Hey, Jalen. Get back. Let's see. Where, we gotta find. I don't know where he at, but damn. I gotta find my brother down there. Just go. Just get back. Find Sean.
Chicago police, but for anyone who don't know, Chicago police is over 2,000, I think 2,500 officers down from where they were, in the 90s. And, they've been slowly, and it's been getting worse and worse and worse. There you have, and Brandon Johnson was asked, what we'll give you, we'll give you the cops, and he just don't want the cops. He said, well, they offered to help you give you the money for 5,000. The feds offered to give him money for to hire 5,000 new cops, so that way they had enough. But in this, think about in the 90s, there was 2,500 more cops than there are right now. There needs to be more cops than there was in the 90s even. It's insane. They've closed area. They had to close down area, detective areas, and combine them because they didn't have enough people to do the job. It's been crazy. Your son moved to Chicago. You're not happy about it. In Chicago, they need a defibrillator, a footbath of water, and an abandoned construction site. Okay. Spies in the USA? What? National security to deport all aliens. Who knows how many cells we have in America right now?
Find Sean. He don't have a vest on. Oh my God, I cannot believe that just happened. A car just literally plowed through the crowd and hit several police officers. Oh my God. We got another car getting ready to head this way. CPD is moving out the way. I cannot believe this just happened.
Hey, you gotta move. I know.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
It's more important shit going on right now than your fucking video.
You good? They was just looking for you. They down there. They were just looking for you. They straight ahead. A car just literally plowed. The car crashed over there. He just plowed through. Oh my God, dude. There are several police officers on the ground right now that's hurt. This is a 10-1, y'all. This is crazy. My violence prevention team is helping, pushing the crowd back, and then this car just came out of nowhere and just plowed through the whole crowd. Yo, BPU! Over here.
Wow. That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. Looking for the thing. There was a story. So Brandon Johnson said we can't arrest our way to public safety. Meanwhile, 5 cops were intentionally hit last night, May 23rd, in a little village. Why were there so many cops there to begin with? There was an illegal block party. They just decided they called it a block party. Now, if the officers had pulled their guns and shot him, the nonprofits tied to the CTU and the United Working Families payroll would have been grabbing posters out of the CTU basement, heading to Federal Plaza, and blaming the President Trump for the deaths.
5 Chicago police officers were hurt after they were struck by a driver. It happened near Roosevelt and Loomis in Little Italy neighborhood. We're told the officers were on foot dispersing a large gathering at the time. The driver, an 18-year-old man, was taken into custody and charges are pending. At last check, all the officers were inside. 5 Chicago police.
No. You can't jail your way out of crime. Want to bet? That's what I'm saying. Want to bet? Want to bet? Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. I saw this. You guys remember Casey Anthony? You guys remember Casey Anthony? Chicago needs the mafia back. The outfit. Yeah, they need the outfit back. He needs to be charged. I don't care if it's for jaywalking. Charge him with something already. So if there's anybody who knows anything about something that's irreversible to do to your kids, it's Casey Anthony. All All right. You guys remember Casey Anthony? People are getting notification alerts about Casey Anthony supporting trans rights. Look at this. Casey Anthony posted a note. Trans rights are human rights today and every day. So just yeah. They've got the best supporters, don't they? You haven't heard Casey Anthony's name brought up in years? Just saying. Oh, here, Plattner, Graham Plattner, being trans doesn't give you any more rights. Yeah. So Greg says Fauci knew about the lethality of the Petri dish mask and stops only drops just theater leaked emails. You watched that Casey Anthony trial? I can't believe she got found not guilty. I said, what? How did she get found not guilty? What? Yeah, I'm losing hope. Hang in there, all. So, yeah. So Plattner smoozes over things with the Democrats by covering his Nazi tattoo with the hammer and sickle. See? He just decided that this was the best way to get the Democrat supports. Well, you just put the hammer and sickle over the Totenkopf, and then everything will be fine. Today, we honored the names etched into the Vietnam Veterans Memorial through the humble acts of washing the wall. It's our way of saying welcome home and remembering their sacrifice. It's also a reminder to those in the future that if you don't step up as well, this freedom we have, it's not there.
It may feel like a small, subtle thing, but it's not for our family. I know it's not for all of you. It feels like the right thing to do. It feels like the right way to kick off a weekend like this.
And for the ones on this wall, they entered in whether they wanted to or not. Some were told, some volunteered. They ended up on a wall. They ended up with a name. And the memorials around here remind us that the freedoms that we have to come wash this wall today were paid with their blood. They were paid with those who went before. And that's something we should never forget. So our simple act of washing a wall today is our welcome. It's our telling them we still remember. Because what you'll notice at the bottom of that wall, as you look right now, is there's people who still remember. They come by and they say dad, they say mom, they say brother, they say sister. So for us today, it's just simply an act of saying, welcome home. Thank you for what you've done. And a reminder to those in the future that if you don't step up as well, this freedom we have is not there. That is one thing that Pete and I agree completely on. The strongest country in the world is this country in the world. The greatest country in this world, by God's blessing, is this place right here. Why? Because we honor the fact that he gave it to us, and also the honor the fact that there are men and women who are willing to put that right hand up and say, I'm willing to go. But for them, their thank you is here. But for their families, they're not forgotten. And on this Memorial Day, no matter what we do, this is the basis for what we have. So let's take our mop, our bucket. As we were shown earlier, the simple act of service is the greatest love we can give. And thank y'all for being here.
It's just something to remember on Memorial Day. You know, remember the people that went and fought and died so that you can be free. And don't give it all away, people. Don't surrender it. Don't surrender it. Got a career criminal accused of shooting. Yes, it's a beautiful act of tribute. Career criminal accused of shooting a woman in front of her son and stealing her car was already on probation for duct taping and hog tying another woman to a bed while threatening to sexually assault her. Marielle Deshawn Hearn, 25, confronted the woman in a parking lot, demanded her keys, then shot her in the hip before taking her purse and driving off in her car. Yes. You cannot let the commies influence them. Inform them, let them see the truth. Yes. Yeah, well, salute. The woman was hospitalized with a gunshot wound in the hip. Officials say the bullet narrowly missed a major artery. Police say Hearn later led officers on a chase at speed, stopping 100 miles an hour before crashing into the guardrail of the Groveland Township and trying to run away. Hearn was already on probation in another case involving allegations of hog-tying a woman and duct taping her, placing a bag over her head.
Hearn confronted the woman in a parking lot, demanded her keys, then shot her in the hip before taking her purse and driving off in her car. The bullet came dangerously close to a major artery. While leading police on a chase, Hearn reached speeds over 100 miles per hour before crashing into a guardrail in Groveland Township. He jumped out and tried to run but was eventually arrested.
Eventually arrested. He was on probation for something heinous, probation only, and then he went on to do something worse. Why is the justice system so effed up? It's time to hold the judges accountable. It is. It's time to hold the judges accountable. It's beyond time to hold the judges accountable. All right. So another little bit of stuff for Memorial Day here. He could have been one of Obama's son. We need to be capital punishment, but never left. Never left. Slavery made him do it. It's possible. This is a true American warrior here. Army Ranger Sergeant First Class Joseph Kaponiski, severely wounded in Iraq in 2005. He fought back against all odds to become the first Ranger in history to return to combat with a prosthetic leg. All right. He went on to serve over 10 deployments in the global war on terror before his passing. Recipient of the No Greater Sacrifice of Freedom Award. His children also received scholarships in his honor. Rest in peace, Ranger. You are a legend.
Kaponiski was severely wounded in an ambush in northern Iraq in 2005. He then made history as the first Army Ranger to return to active combat with a prosthetic leg, eventually serving more than 10 deployments before his death. He became the first enlisted soldier ever to receive the No Greater Sacrifice Freedom Award given to individuals who epitomize selfless service to the nation. His children were also selected for No Greater Sacrifice scholarships. The organization is centered around helping the kids of fallen and wounded service members in their pursuit of higher education and mentoring. The Kaponiski family joins us now. Kimberly and sons Kaponiski was severely wounded in an
Oh, this is crazy. I'm trying to find right now. I'm trying to find that story. I'm trying to look for that story. Just start. Yeah, maybe they'll think twice. Yeah. Yep, that Ranger was a badass. No, we didn't win the Vietnam conflict. Well, we won every battle. We won every battle. It was the politicians that lost that war. I'm trying to find that story about the leaked emails and stuff about Fauci knew. I'm having trouble finding it. Someone said it was in like a couple days ago. If anyone knows where that stuff is, get a link or something. Outrage is erupting after nearly 24 people were shot this Memorial Day weekend in Brandon Johnson, Chicago, including children. Yes, still Valhalla, brother. 5 police officers were also struck by a driver during a teen takeover. Yet another reason why Prickster and Commie Johnson should be calling in President Trump. Blue cities are a disaster. Yeah, Lizette Nunez. Hello.
Well, those 4 young people who were shot, they were last listed in good condition here at Mount Sinai. They are expected to recover from their injuries. Officers say around 3 in the morning, that's when they were in the area near 25th and Washington, and that's when they did hear gunshots. Officers say they did find those 4 victims. Among those who were shot include an 18-year-old, 2 16-year-old girls, and a 14-year-old boy. They were all taken to Mount Sinai Hospital, where they are currently being treated. It's still unclear what exactly led up to the shooting, and at the scene there was lots of debris and also trash scattered on the ground. Officers could also be seen escorting 2 people in handcuffs. It's unclear if they are facing any charges. Now, investigators say the shooter ran away from the scene. Police are asking the public to come forward with any information. We're live outside of Mount Sinai Hospital. Lizette Nunez, ABC 7. Well, those 4 young people who were shot.
I think I found a video about that. Yeah, Brandon Johnson's a horrible person. I think I found a video. I don't know if this is not it. Then I don't know. Let's see. Where's the sound?
Lab coat got a lot wrong and never fessed up to any of it. 2 weeks to slow the spread, wear a mask, and whatever you do, don't say lab leak. Well, today, a CIA whistleblower told the Senate the deep state is still covering up where COVID came from, and Fauci helped them do it.
Intelligence community leaders and senior analysts downplayed the possibility that the COVID pandemic originated as a result of a lab incident. Dr. Fauci's role in the cover-up was intentional.
But the cover-up didn't start in 2020. It started in 2015 when Fauci had his own scientists change the rules so he could keep funding gain-of-function research, the kind that was happening in Wuhan. Fast forward 4 years, October 2019, the CDC, Johnson & Johnson, and the former number 2 at the CIA teamed up with Bill Gates' foundation and the World Economic Forum to war game a fake coronavirus pandemic, just for fun.
This was a coronavirus pandemic tabletop exercise, curiously similar to the events that played out during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was attended by Dr. Fauci and individuals with IC ties like former DNI Avril Haines.
Here's what their pretend pandemic looked like. See if this jogs your memory.
CAPS is a serious respiratory disease. More than half of the recognized cases have required hospital care, creating a huge strain on healthcare systems. The fatality rate is about 10%. Even so, some people only exhibit mild flu-like symptoms, not requiring treatment in a hospital. Alarmingly, those people are able to walk around and spread the virus, not realizing they are doing so. Even worse, international travelers have been arriving at their destinations symptom-free, but within a matter of hours, becoming ill.
Weird coincidence, right? 2 months later, December 2019, China reports its first COVID case. Fauci immediately goes on TV and says it did not come from a lab.
Could you address these suggestions or concerns that this virus was somehow man-made, possibly came out of a laboratory in China?
The mutations that it took to get to the point where it is now is totally consistent with a jump of a species from an animal to a human.
What Fauci didn't mention, 2 months earlier, he'd already huddled up with the top virologists, and privately, they were all worried about a lab leak.
Dr. Fauci convened the now infamous February 1st, 2020 call. Some scientists on that call privately raised serious concerns about a laboratory origin. Yet, ironically, those same scientists later co-authored the proximal origin paper, which publicly dismissed the lab leak hypothesis. One author received a $9 million grant from Dr. Fauci's own agency after he changed his opinion from lab leak on the private phone call to natural origin in public.
Fast forward to August 2021, the CIA is 5 days away from calling it a lab leak. Then out of nowhere, the story changes.
As of August 12th, the CIA was considering calling this a lab leak, August 12th of 2021.
Yeah.
And then
Fauci got a preemptive pardon, just like all the people on the January 6th committee got preemptive pardons. All the people who testified, I believe, all the people that testified for the bogus January 6th committee shit for the witch hunt, they all got pardons. Like, he pardoned his whole family. Like, he pardoned all the people, all the criminals. Gates paid for the computer sim predicting mass deaths from the election infection. The man he paid was a fraudster. Yeah. What's the statute of limitations on crime against humanity, poison, world twice? Well, the problem is, where was Jim Jordan in this hearing? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. This is the only thing that came up. It said this is from a week ago. The only real pardon was Hunter's. The rest was to cover up. Yeah, I agree. I just want to point to everybody, we've been going 2 hours and 45 minutes. I know it says that the goal is going to expire in like 15 minutes, but don't worry. I mean, we're going to go another 45 minutes, at least probably 3.5 hours, unless we hit the goal. If we hit the goal and add another hour, that's great. We're still 50 away from ending a second hour. Just want to let everybody know. Yes, it was all planned. The main issue with the vaccine, that millions they killed or maimed, it was misdirection. Yeah, I agree.
That changed on August 17th of 2021.
Right.
And unfortunately, because the CIA would not provide us documentation that we asked for, we have no idea why that changed. It was significantly influenced by Anthony Fauci's injecting himself into the IC.
So Fauci cooked the intelligence to cover up how 1 million Americans died because he had his fingerprints all over that leaky lab. Then the Fauchmeister dropped the hammer on the truth tellers.
Following the CIA's COVID relook that culminated in 2023, the CIA retaliated against analysts supporting the lab leak hypothesis. CIA managers retaliated against them for their refusal to agree with management's middle of the night anonymous rewrite of the analysis, which changed the assessment to a non-call judgment.
Now, remember when Fauci swore under oath that he never, ever, ever, ever funded gain of function?
The NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain of function research in the Wuhan Institute.
Turns out he just changed the definition of gain of function and kept writing the checks.
Several of the BSEG scientists helped Dr. Fauci rewrite definitions of gain of function in 2015 to lift a funding pause on dangerous research.
So the very scientists that were commissioned to investigate COVID were, in some cases, the very scientists who were complicit in the origins of the gain of function experiments that may well have created COVID.
So the guy who may have funded the pandemic gets to run the investigation into the pandemic? You'd think the other party might want to ask some questions too, right? But Democrats couldn't find the room.
Senator Ruben Gallego, Democrat from Arizona, actually walked by us about 15 minutes ago. He saw the media cameras here, and we couldn't tell if he was joking or trolling or not, but he said, hey, what's going on here? And his staffer said, wow, I don't know, and they walked past us. So he's on that committee. He's not in the room.
Earlier this year, the CIA finally admitted it. COVID most likely came from the Wuhan lab. Only took them 5 years. But there's just one catch. The CIA says they have low confidence in their own answer. So they're pretty sure COVID came from a lab. They're just not sure. Rand Paul says the rest of the agencies are still slow walking documents, while the same people who got it wrong are telling you to get over it. The good news, Fauci isn't out of the woods yet. AutoPen gave him a pardon, but state prosecutors can still go after him.
Yeah, state prosecutors can go after him. That's the thing, like the Florida Attorney General, the Texas Attorney General. These people should be looking at charges. Find something, get some charges. So apparently Fauci didn't have telepathy when he said a pandemic would certainly erupt during Trump's term. Well, he did, clearly. I have no problem believing that deep state did create COVID, but unfortunately it wasn't any different from influenza. We have to cook up new strains each year, but in 2020 they needed the fear. Yeah, they did. It was a big brother product. So I'm saying this all came out of I believe it started in Fort Detrick and then they transferred it to Wuhan to work on it, and then their vaccine is still on the shelves. Yeah, it is.
And the feds are looking into whether to open a criminal case of their own. And they should. 1 million Americans are dead from a virus cooked up in a lab, and someone's got to answer for it.
Yeah, someone's got to answer for it. Now, I don't know. I did see this. Let me see this. I don't know if this is what the people are talking about. I just went to X and said Jim Jordan, false Fauci emails. But this is old. This is from 2021.
Friday, January 31st, 2020 at 10:32 p.m., Dr. Fauci gets an email from Christian Anderson. Christian Anderson's a British researcher who's received numerous grants from NIH. Two really important sentences are in that email. Two sentences that get Dr. Fauci's attention. The first is this: the unusual features of the virus make up a really small part of the genome. So one has to look really closely at all the sequences to see that some of the features look engineered. Again, this is January 31st, 2020. Second sentence: Eddie, Bob, Mike, and myself all find the genome inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory. Email arrives 10:32 to Dr. Fauci on January 31st, 2020. 2 hours later at 12:29 in the morning, Dr. Fauci sends an email to his top deputy, Mr. Hugh Auchincloss. Guy has worked for Fauci for 15 years, part of his inner circle. Sends it, subject line says important in all capital letters. He attaches a paper on gain of function research written by Dr. Barrick and Dr. Shi. Dr. Shi, of course, is the so-called Bat Lady, Batwoman, the lady who does research in the Wuhan, China lab. This email, Dr. Fauci says, again, to his top deputy, it is essential that we speak this AM. Keep your cell phone on, read this paper. You will have tasks to do today that must be done. Notice the intensity. Notice the focus. I mean, this is the house is on fire email here. Now, 2 hours after that, at 2:48 in the morning, Dr. Fauci's busy this morning. 12:29, that email he sent to Dr. Auchincloss, his top deputy. 2 hours later at 2:48 in the morning, he sends another email, this one to Robert Kadlec, Assistant HHS Secretary, Trump appointee, not part of his inner circle, and he attaches a different article to this email, one that says the virus came from an animal, that downplays any lab leak theory. Now, again, notice the tone of this one. Bob, this just came out today. Gives a balanced view, best, Tony. I mean, totally different from the previous. This is one like, oh, if you get a chance, read this, gives a balanced view. So the tone is different, but also that sentence, gives a balanced view, it's not true either. That's just not accurate. This article downplays, as I said, the lab leak theory, emphasizes evolutionary cause to the virus. What happens next? What happens next? Later that same morning at 11:47 a.m., Dr. Fauci's deputy gets back to him. I just want to read you this whole email. The paper you sent me, the one he sent him on that was written by the virologist from Wuhan, China, and Dr. Barrick, the paper you sent me says the experiments were performed before the gain of function pause, but have since been reviewed and approved by NIH. Not sure what that means, since Emily, someone else who works for Dr. Fauci, is sure that no coronavirus work has gone through the P3 framework, which, of course, is the oversight body that's supposed to approve any grant dollars going for gain of function research. No coronavirus work has gone through the P3 framework. Final sentence, she will try to determine if we have any distant ties to this work abroad. She will try to determine if our fingerprints are on any of this. All these emails happen in 13 hours. So 13 hours after Dr. Fauci gets the initial email from Christian Anderson saying, looks like this virus is engineered, not consistent with evolutionary theory, Dr. Fauci knows some important facts. First, Dr. Fauci knows there's a lethal virus on the loose that started in Wuhan, China. Second, he knows the American taxpayers have funded gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China. Third, he knows that the research grant didn't go through the required oversight board. Fourth, he knows the virus, quote, looks engineered and, quote, not consistent with evolutionary theory. And finally, fifth, Dr. Fauci knows he may have ties to this work in China. His fingerprints, in fact, may be on this. So what does Dr. Fauci do next? After he says, oh, whatever, what does he do next? He organizes a conference call for later that same day. I mean, this is the busiest 24 hours I think I've ever. He organizes a conference call, 12 people on the call. Dr. Fauci and 11 virologists from around the world. Virologists who've gotten millions of American tax dollars over the past several years. Now look at this list. Here's the list of people. There's only 2 Americans on the list, Tony Fauci and one other. Most of them are from around the world, as I said. I think the first thing you notice is who's not on the call. Who's not on the list? Is Dr. Kadlec on the list? The guy he sent the email to at 3 in the morning? Is Dr. Redfield the head of CDC? Dr. Girard, who's with us today, Assistant Secretary at HHS at the time? Dr. Birx, the lady who's soon to be COVID response coordinator? In fact, there's no one from the government on the call except Tony Fauci. Tony Fauci and 11 other individuals who got a bunch of American tax dollars over the years. What happened on the conference call? The short answer is we don't know. We don't know what they talked about. I mean, I think we got a good idea. We don't know for sure, but we do know what happened 4 days later. 4 days later, February 4th, 2020, Christian Anderson, the guy who started it all, who said the virus looks engineered, Christian Anderson said this 4 days later. The crackpot theories going around at the moment relate to this virus being somehow engineered. That is demonstrably false, close quote. What? In 4 days, this guy went from this looks engineered to now that's demonstrably false. 4 days, he went from this isn't consistent with evolutionary theory. Now we know it's totally evolutionary. But it gets even better. It gets even better. Mr. Anderson and 3 of the other people on this call write an article a few weeks later that says COVID is not a laboratory construct. And while they're writing that article, there's an email from March 6 where Mr. Anderson offers to let Dr. Fauci edit the article before it's published. And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. When the article is published, Dr. Fauci cites it at a White House press conference when he is asked by a reporter about the origin of the virus. Cites the very article he put in motion on the conference call and he was allowed to edit. At the White House, where he's supposed to be giving the American people the truth, he references an article that he manufactured.
Pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? That's just crazy, man. All right, creep in a Pink. I showed this the other night. The creep in a Pink Panther costume, but we didn't have the story. I couldn't find the story. All the law channels, including Good Logic, have not come up with how to get that piece of shit. Yeah, something. I mean, there's got to be a way. This guy, we saw these pictures, right? Police in Virginia are investigating after a man dressed in Pink Panther-style costume allegedly chased a group of children getting off a school bus and tried to grab a young girl in broad daylight. The incident happened at 4:30 p.m. on May 14th in the Fredericksburg area, according to witness accounts shared in statements with local authorities. And ivermectin, where suddenly a horse dewormer, and since when does the doctor say go home till you can't breathe and then go to the hospital? Yeah. A local resident described the encounter in a Facebook post. This man just stared at my son and one of the other neighbors across the road. That's when the picture was snapped. Witness claimed the suspect chased 4 children after they exited the bus, allegedly targeting the slowest in the group. When Scarlett and a little neighbor girl got off the bus, he chased after all 4 kids and tried to grab the little girl. Her sister pulled her away and they got away. The resident added, a car drove by them. He turned away and ran. Another witness reported that he saw what happened but could not stop the vehicle in time to intervene. Photos and videos circulating online appear to show the suspect wearing a bright pink costume resembling the Pink Panther, along with cowboy boots and a red and black plaid shirt. The Fredericksburg police confirmed it received reports following suspicious person following children. Residents are encouraged to remain vigilant. Remain vigilant, people. Always remain vigilant. Hospitals were literally killing people. It was a huge clusterfuck. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. And then I think they had the whole thing about we need more respirator. What the fuck are they called? The machines, the respirators. What do they call? Are they respirator? The things, like the breathing machines. Ventilators. Yeah, we need more ventilators. We need more ventilators. Then they found out the ventilators were killing people. It's already figured out. We're just ignoring it. Yeah, ventilators. Yeah, and then they found out that the ventilators were actually killing the people because the bacteria and stuff was building up, actually causing it to get worse because it was bacteria inside the ventilators were actually killing people because it was causing them to get bad pneumonia and infections in their lungs, and they were dying. If Trump sends Hassan to prison, he'll have my undying loyalty. Yes. I will say a pledge, just like Luca Brasi said to Don Corleone. I'll say, Don Trumpione, I pledge my ever-dying loyalty to you on this day of your son Don Jr.'s wedding. They gave people end-of-life combinations as well, yeah. They were recirculating people's air. They were overdosing themselves with their own viral load, yeah. The majority of the cures were way worse than the slightly worse flu. Yes. Thanks for being here, Barag. All right. Let's get into this. Let's get into this next story here, folks. We have 3 hours. We hit 3 hours. Wasn't each death worth $28,000 in the hospital? I thought it was more than that. I thought it was anybody that they diagnosed. I thought it was anybody that was diagnosed the hospital got $36,000 or something like that. 70% of the people who died from COVID had DNRs. Thanks for having no problem. Thanks for being here. Hey, please remember, if you haven't already, please remember to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed. So, a Boeing found not guilty of $153 million 737 MAX fraud case. Were certainly people marked who died with COVID as died of. Yes. Yes, let's move on. Fauci raises my blood pressure. Yeah, me too. We had bacterial filters on events. The patients had underlying bacterial infections on top of the viral. Wow. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying the stuff that I've read. I don't know how much, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much is true or whatever. It just seems like COVID says control, oppress, victimize, isolate, divide. It was diagnosed, ventilator, remdesivir, and coroners all got paid. Wow. No. A Seattle jury found that Boeing is not liable for hiding safety concerns tied to the MAX 737 jets in a case brought by Polish Airlines seeking $153 million in damages from the aircraft maker. Diagnosed, really? With that thing they stick up their nose, please. Remdesivir. Yeah, remdesivir. I said it wrong. Sorry. LOT had leveled fraud allegations against Boeing, accusing of hiding an important change to the 737's MAX flight control, which was implicated in two fatal crashes in 2008 and 2019. After the crashes, the popular single-aisle jet was grounded for 20 months, which LOT said caused $153 million in damages, as its 737 MAX planes were also subject to grounding. The jurors on the U.S. District Court in Seattle arrived at the ruling on Friday after deliberating for 3 hours following a 2-week trial. We were gratified the jury's verdict in our favor today, a statement from Boeing. Well, here's the thing. I think they probably should have not had the case go where all the people that work for Boeing and, they brought it in a place where there's tons of people who are employed by Boeing through other businesses and stuff, probably 100,000 people or so, maybe more, by all the different contractors and stuff supplying things to Boeing and everything. Probably wasn't a good idea to bring a lawsuit there. Just saying. A statement suggests that litigation could drag towards an appeal as the legal process may not be concluded. They would not comment further on the details of proceeding at this stage. I would not trust the Seattle jury to find a drug charge correctly. Yeah. Why does this always take so long to load? Jury clears Boeing in MAX fraud lawsuit, 737 MAX fraud. They were found out guilty of hiding safety problems. They accused Boeing of defrauding it by withholding critical change to the flight control systems. So that's it. That's the story. That's our injustice system for you. You ain't kidding. They were cleared in a lawsuit. I mean, bringing it there, it's basically it's all the same thing. The case for the airline, whose full name is Polskie Leneckie Lotynki, LOT, is the first MAX-related lawsuit from a carrier. Boeing has also faced dozens of claims from family members of MAX crash victims, the vast majority of which have been settled out of court. LaRaza for Trump says, thanks everyone for remembering the truth behind COVID. It means a lot to me that you guys know what's up. Well, that's all I want. Honestly, that's all I want this show for, is to give people truth. I mean, if I say something that's wrong and someone goes, no, that's wrong, and they show me it's wrong, I'll correct it. I'm not here trying to spin yarns or say anything. I just present the facts as best I know them at the time, as best I can figure out. Surprisingly, seems like the judicial system is the most corrupt. That's saying a lot. Yeah. So, for instance, a U.S. jury awarded $49 million in damages this month to a family, Samio Stumo, a 24-year-old American who died in March 2019 in an Ethiopian Airlines crash. Last November, another jury awarded the widower of one of the MAX victims $28.45 million. The next trial scheduled for August 3rd focused on the death of Michael Ryan of Ireland. A U.S. judge also dropped criminal charges against Boeing in November over the MAX crashes as part of an agreement with U.S. prosecutors. Under the settlement with the U.S. Department of Justice, Boeing will pay $1.1 billion in in return for the dismissal of the charges of conspiracy to defraud the United States over its conduct. Wow. So basically, the United States just took $1 billion off of them, and that's pretty, that's supposed to be enough? That's supposed to be good? I don't know about that. All right, now, and just so everyone knows, early voting has closed in Texas. The election, the primary election is Tuesday, so early voting is over, and it looks like Ken Paxton's doing very well. And even MS Now has to admit that beating Ken Paxton in Texas will be an uphill battle for James Rico. On Saturday's edition of the weekend, the panel discussed the Texas Senate race, offered some surprisingly candid pessimism about Demon Rat chances. The panel conceded that even the more controversial Ken Paxton, which I don't think he's, I hope Paxton wins with one high tied by his back. Yeah. You're voting Tuesday. Yes. Why don't we wait till it's finalized? Yeah. How will it be different? I have no idea. The JCPOA was bullshit. It only had them, like, it gave them limits. It let them, the JCPOA let them enrich stuff. This deal is going to hopefully say no your enrichment whatsoever. So that's it. That's, not at KIA, but KIAs are great in chat. Just say something you know is not quite right, and they will Google it for you. Okay. Jeff Mason, Bloomberg noted that at the end of the Obama administration, a bunch of his staff went to Texas with the goal of turning Texas purple, and it didn't happen. But it's still tough. I'm just saying it's not easy. It's a better shot, sure, but it's going to be an uphill battle. I'm with you, Jeff, on the eye rolling to perpetual conversation. I always had a caveat about Texas when we talk about it here. Alamany also acknowledged Republicans' fundraising advantage, adding that this whole other conversation that we're going to need to talk about the DNC's fundraising prowess. Here's the thing, because the DNC's fundraising prowess was all fucking money stolen from you and me. It was all tax dollars and other fraud that was funneled back in. It was Bankman-Fried's money coming out of Ukraine. That's what it is. Yeah. Paxton has an excellent chance of winning. Here we go. Ready?
I just think that sometimes the politics and the reality of what would be good on the ground is not necessarily what the president does, because it doesn't comport with the agenda of you're either with me or I'm against you.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're seeing in Texas right now. Again, to double back to where we were, the idea that Cornyn is a stronger candidate in a general election than Ken Paxton is something I heard a lot when I was on the ground in Texas back in February. The idea that some of the other candidates that he's put forward in past midterm elections, he has had success in winning primaries, but you don't win in a primary, you win in a general.
Ask Senator Herschel Walker.
I was going to say, it's a prime example of this. And so we've seen this time and again. The biggest difference here, and again, this is the central question, is Trump will never be on the ballot again.
Yeah.
And so at what point do they realize that the political wins are different now? And maybe they aren't, and maybe they won't.
But let's talk about Texas.
Okay.
I mean, I covered the Obama administration. At the end of the Obama administration, a bunch of the then president's staff went to Texas. Had a big goal of turning Texas purple, said it was going to happen within just a few years, and it didn't happen. So that doesn't mean that the Democrats don't have a better shot at perhaps picking up a seat in the Senate with this candidate and with Paxton as the Republican. But it's still tough.
It's a better shot, sure, but it's an uphill battle. Yes, but it's about how much money and resources and time they have to spend in Texas.
Right? I don't know, because I'm with you, Jeff, on the eye rolling to this perpetual conversation. I always add that caveat when we talk about it here, but I had asked our PAs, Molly and Adriana, to do sort of like back of the envelope math about how much the president has spent so far in these primary challenges. And there is sort of a feeling that it's it's not a zero-sum game. There's that much money, and they have that much of an advantage over Democrats, which is a whole other conversation that we're going to need to get into about Ken Martin's fundraising prowess.
Yep, about his fundraising prowess. And speaking of which, here is the ad. All right, here's the ad that Super PAC supporting Ken Paxton just dropped a new ad against Talrico. Low T Talrico. Ready?
The Democrats have a weird candidate.
God is non-binary. There are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6. It is now existential that we try to reduce our meat consumption. The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us. Prophetic voices like Jesus have helped me reckon with my own whiteness, my own masculinity. Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front. No need to sit and cry over, your whiteness or your masculinity. They're going to call me a radical leftist.
Something that you love that's not family or friends.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children.
The Democrats have a weird candidate.
Low T Talrico, too weak for Texas. Lone Star Liberty PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Wow, huh? I think that's a good ad, right? I think that's a really good ad. Yeah. It's a really, really good ad. That's a really, really good ad. All right, let me go here. Okay. Oh, we got another. This is a insane. Here we go. This is an insane street takeover in Lower Wacker Drive. Like, I don't know if you guys, excellent ad, right? This guy is unhinged. The guy's a nutbag. Yes, yes. The guy comes off sort of perfectly possessed. Yes. Paxton has won statewide elections since 2015, by the way. Why is he suddenly unelectable? He's not. That's what's crazy. Well, that solved it for me. You guys remember the Batman movies, Batman Begins, the Dark Knight Rises and all that stuff, and the Dark Knight or whatever. All those movies. They were filmed in Chicago, Lower Wacker Drive, all those chases and stuff, and are driving the cars. It was all through Lower Wacker Drive. This is a street takeover now in Lower Wacker Drive, which this looks like Batman. This reminded me of the fucking Batman movies, man. This is crazy. Look at this. Look at those guns. That's crazy. You know, Batman. It's like the Dark Knight. Batman Begins, the Dark Knight Rises. This is underground. There's a roof above there. It's a double layered street in Wacker Drive. Did they set themselves on fire on purpose? I don't know. I turned it down. Why so serious? Yes. This is just like a side note. It was in all three. All three were filmed in Chicago, in Lower Wacker Drive. Scenes were filmed in Chicago. During the filming of Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, I was working right off of Lower Wacker Drive doing a film. I don't think the Penguin was filmed in Chicago. I'm not sure, but I know the Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and all that. Dark Knight Rises were all filmed using Lower Wacker Drive and stuff like that. Chicago and Illinois are lost. But I was building a building called the Aqua in Chicago at the time, which was right there. And the trucks were there. They were filming stuff. We would see them, because when I would get to work in the morning, they would be closing, just finishing their filming and stuff like that. You want to know how I got these cars? My father, you see, he would tell me, why so serious? Christian Bale Batman, yeah. Dark Knight, yeah. I think Batman Begins also, there were scenes filmed. Batman Begins also, when they were doing the jump and driving scenes, they were going through Wacker Drive, Lower Wacker Drive. All three of them were filming stuff there. Were filmed. There was driving scenes all through like Lower Wacker and stuff because they were able to close the streets off and drive. And then I'm pretty sure that the scene when the bank robbery and all that was on the streets and above Chicago and stuff like that. All that stuff was filmed. Yeah. This is this could be Batman or the Dark Knight, whatever you want to call it. I mean, this is literally a narco-terrorism, a narco-tyranny right here. This is a narco-tyranny. You can relate to Batman at this point. Yeah. We need a Batman now. This is just insane, in my opinion. It's just insane. Wow, gay meetups have really escalated. Yeah. Just some good, wholesome teenage fun. I think we disagree on what teenage fun is. But I know you're joking. Doing donuts in parking lots, not street takeover. Come to Chicago and send me a video of this parking lot. Yeah, it's not a parking lot. That's Lower Wacker Drive, dummy, ho hater, whatever your name is. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, look at this. Give me an MG42 and I'll clear Wacker within seconds. Oof. My daughter's an emergency nurse in Chicago. Memorial Day weekend is the beginning of what they call trauma season. She says there's going to be cracking chests all weekend. 21 people shot last night. 5 cops run over. Yeah. Is that your culture? I don't like it. We saw this story, the fangirl. Received the following from Cold Pink. We're formally writing to address the false and defamatory statements made in your recent article about Code Pink. These claims are false, saying that we're funded by China, the Communist Party. We're just funded by the Neville Singham, per Wikipedia, who's living in Shanghai and got rich off the CCP. Code Pink is running a campaign called China's Not Our Enemy, which promotes pro-Chinese messaging, including denial of the Uyghur genocide, an atrocity affirmed by the United States Department of State. The founder of Code Pink, Jody Evans, is married to Neville Singham. In fact, Uyghur denialism goes so far that Judy Evans said in a YouTube interview that the Uyghurs are terrorists. This woman said the Uyghurs are the most fierce fighters in Yemen. They're terrorists. That's what she says. This is the lady who's hanging out with Chunk Yogurt's nephew. Here's Brandon Gill calling out the Ohio Medicare scheme. All right. A massive shell company, a network of fake billing, 288 companies. It's the worst fraud file so far. Convictions on all these foreigners, systematic failures, minimal checks, exploitation of personal care, CBS waivers. They turned a massive fraud network rather than genuine care.
Hundreds of millions of dollars of your tax money is being wasted in an Ohio Medicaid scheme that we're uncovering on the House Oversight Committee. We believe this scheme stretches into the billions of dollars. The Ohio Medicaid agency had years to figure this out. A reporter did it in just a couple months, and we're building on their work. We're saving you taxpayer dollars, and we're ending fraud on my task force of the House Oversight Committee. Hundreds.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Election integrity. RNC secures a consent judgment forcing North Carolina to purge non-citizens from the voter rolls using jury duty records where people admitted that they aren't U.S. citizens. The state elections board must now review the records and identify ineligible voters and begin removal. This is awesome news, right? Is that awesome news? I mean, they should be able to get the people off. You know? You have all these people who lost their minds. None of this would have been allowed 20, 25 years ago. Yeah, these people are not, none of these people, they claim they're Democrats. They're not. They're fucking communists. They are not Democrats. They're communists. They're Marxist communists. Finally, someone else has noticed. Yeah. They need to identify juries where non-citizens voted for conviction. Yeah, they should, right? They should. They really should. They really should. It's just things are just keep getting worse and worse and worse. Worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It's worse and worse and worse. Wow. Just worse and worse and worse. I can't believe it. It's worse and worse and worse, 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 worse. I guess that's it. Wow. Property tax hike here in Ohio has gotten way out of control. I'm starting to believe in reparations. We need to demand reparations from illegal immigrants, yes. Landon Gill is a good congressman. He has soft-spoken, but he definitely gets the demon rat witnesses in the hearings, yes. So check this out, too. Here we got it. A woman went for a hike in Asheville, North Carolina. A man tried to drag her into the woods, kidnap her, and beat her. It wasn't the first time. He has 15 prior arrests. one for kidnapping. A magistrate's letting him walk free for $5,000. And this is proof right here, because people always, some people like to complain and say, Jim never shows stuff that's blah, 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 blah. I focus on all crime. I don't care who commits the crime. I focus on all crime. I want to talk about crime. I want crime to go away. So it's not just illegal aliens. It's not just, African Americans. It's not just Hispanics. It's white people too. All the crime has to stop.
A woman who claims she was attacked while exercising in the Bent Creek.
That's the judge right here, Judicial Officer S. Magnum right here. And this is the woman that was attacked. And this is the guy that's been let out so many damn times. So
A woman who claims she was attacked while exercising in the Bent Creek Experimental Forest yesterday. Buncombe County 911 confirmed to News 13 it received a call this morning from the woman alleging the attack. That woman tells News 13 it happened around 7 Thursday night near Bent Creek Gap and Laurel Branch Roads. On social media, she claims the man followed her and threatened to knock her out and drag her into the woods. The Buncombe County Sheriff's Office confirms it reached out to the reporting party and helped her file warrants. A woman who claims she was attacked.
And look at, why is somebody doing this and just keeps getting away with it, away with this? Yeah, Lady Justice, arrest the judges that let the criminals go free. I agree. Oh, this is a great thing here. This is a great thing here for Memorial Day, just to show here. So these are the Iwo Jima veterans. Billy Bird is 100 and Don Graves is 101. They flew to Washington, D.C. where they'll serve as honorary grand marshals for the National Memorial Day Parade. The first thing they did when they saw each other, started talking trash to each other. Now, I think these are the last two guys alive that went up Mount Suribachi. All right. It probably wouldn't be so bad if illegals didn't display such in-group preference. We have a lot of in-group preference problems with everyone except for a certain group. Carry a lead insertion tool. Yes. So this is a great little. You believe we're headed for an internal war? If things don't straighten out, I think we are.
Prize for you.
Hey, get out of that chair. Sitting in that chair with your arms folded. Good to see you. All right, here we are. We're the only ones left. I'm not sure about you. Smile, Billy.
I'll give you a couple flags to hold. This is Billy's first time in DC.
Wait a minute.
Brian Gilder, retired Marine. I flew Billy in from Dallas today.
And you know about him?
What do I
know? We fought together on Evo. And we fought on the mountain. We're the only two left. They fought on the mountain. 80 years.
Wow. That's,
in fact, he looks like he's been through a battle right now.
Well, thank you so much for coming. This is great. It is a Marine.
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. USA. The last two alive. World War XI. You heard. The last two alive that took Mount Suribachi. The famous thing. I started at 10 tonight. I started late. I wasn't gonna stream tonight because I figured I've streamed trash talking friends after all those years, right? Well, that's Marines, that's how the military guys are. You talk shit to each other, but you'll die for each other. Hey, Deke Ed says late tax paid. Well, thank you, Deke. With that, $7.89. That means we are now $42.11 away from adding an extra second additional hour to the show. 42.11. Right. Thank you so much. 80 years and still talking shit. Yep, military. Yeah. Thank you so much, Deke. MacArthur knew. Yeah. So I thought that was imagine being 100, having fought a war together, meeting each other again, instantly horsing around. Huge respect. I was walking through an airport one day and a person was trying to push two elderly people in a wheelchair. So I hopped in and grabbed one. He was a Navy vet from Philly. I'm Army from New York. We soon proceeded to trash talk each other. Great times the whole way. Yeah. Trump Small Business Association Chief Kelly Loeffler reveals nobody had to prove citizenship or get birthdays to get taxpayer funds. I mean, that nobody had to prove citizenship or give away birthrights, birth dates, or anything like that to get taxpayer funds. So when you had to apply across the entire government, you're setting up these checks and balances with the agencies. When you're not getting responses from someone that is potentially fraudulent, you go ahead and call in those loans. And what Dr. Oz said, the 800 home healthcare services, 1.4 billion that they withheld, that almost got no complaints for the withholding of money. These fraudsters are there and they know they're wrong, and that's why they don't say anything. Oh, thank you so much, KPT. KPT, let's get this rally started. KPT says, let's get the rally started. KPT's gave $12.11, so that takes it down to $30. Thanks to KPT. So it's 30 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. If you guys want to get the rally going, to keep it going, we're almost wrapping up. PayPal gets it down to 30. Thank you so much, KPT over there on the PayPal. Yeah, love to see our veterans kneeling each other. So happy, still spreading joyful attitudes. When you show up at the door, they jump off the 4-story balcony to get away. Yeah. I wonder if these guys knew my friend Nick. Unfortunately, Nick passed away about 10 years ago. He was a Marine at Iwo Jima. Yep. I had an uncle. It's actually my great uncle. He was a Marine at the Chosen Reservoir, the Frozen Chosen Reservoir. Uncle Frank. He had some stories. He was a hard man. Can we make Jim work harder for us? Well, he can try. And the Supreme Court will screw us over. Well, I hope not. MAGA for the win. I hope. I have. Oh, ye of little faith. I have some faith, maybe. I mean, I know at a minimum we're going to have some good writing by at least, Clarence Thomas, Alito. I think Kavanaugh, and I think you got right now. You've got 4. You got Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Alito, and Thomas. It's going to come down to ACB or Roberts, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So a rant. Got a rant. Oh, look at that. From Spuds, we got a rant that says rally time. Thank you, Spuds. Thank you so much, Spuds. That means right now, folks, we're just $20 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you, everybody, for being so generous. You'll take 5 to 4 right now. I would hope for 5 to 4, but we're going to have to wait and see. I don't know. Thank you, Spuds. Thank you so much. We're 20 away now, folks. Just 20 away from adding another hour to the show.
Entering into the loan process, you now have to have a birth. Entering into the loan process, you now have to have a birth date. You have to have a citizenship check. That has never existed in the 72-year history.
But that's never existed to get millions of dollars in taxpayer funding.
Right, and it's breathtaking. So you think about that at scale. When you apply that across the entire government, and setting up those checks and balances within the agencies. And I was talking to Dr. Oz last night about this as well. Like, we both see that when you are not getting a response from someone that is potentially fraudulent, go ahead and call in those loans. And what Dr. Oz said, of the 800 home health care services, 1.4 billion that they've withheld, they almost got no complaints for withholding the money. These fraudsters are there. They know they're in the wrong. And so we just have to set up the systems on the front end to make sure that another dollar doesn't go out. And there has to be deterrence. That's why this accountability at the DOJ and the Treasury collections is pivotal. Entering into the loan.
Oh, she's got a long neck like a swan. What is Ms. Botox saying? She's saying that they set up these programs, these things to cancel the loans, to call in the loans that people got. Barrett worries me too. Richard says that my grandfather was a medic in World War II, and my godfather was a POW in World War II. Some of the best people I've ever had in my life. Yeah. It's the greatest generation. That's what they say. Deke comes in with a gifted membership. Thank you so much, Deke. With that gifted membership, folks, that means we're only $14 away. Only $14 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Hey, what's up, Crazy Duck Lady? Great to have you here. Let's see who got that gifted membership from Deke. It says, MAGA for the win. MAGA for the win. Received that gifted membership from Deke. There you go. Welcome to the Jim Somniacs, MAGA for the win. Lofgren. That's Lofgren's her name. Now they need to get the money back. Yeah. Thank you for the handheld for the follow-up. Has Kate Loeffler ever recovered the 20 million and 24 million loans from the Biden pal for the car dealership in Ukraine? Wow. Government fraud and missing checks. For decades, the system had holes. No citizenship check, no birth date. The real question is how much fraud exists, is how long it went unchecked. When taxpayer money moves without guardrails, fraud moves fast. Sure does. Got this, the 2020 election report from Michigan. Wisconsin. On election day, Spitzer Rubenstein had access to the ballots and determined which ones would be counted or not counted. Michael Spitzer Rubenstein was an election operative paid for by Mark Zuckerberg. He's never sat for a deposition yet. So the document says that the election process, on election day, Spitzer had access to ballots and determined which ones would be counted or not counted. Spitzer Rubenstein wrote to Vanessa Chavez Green Bay City Attorney. Be prepared, ballots delayed. I think we'd probably be okay. I think anyone challenged the ballots when they came in. Wow. Now deplatformed official Wisconsin state legislature report claims it was total bunk by former Wisconsin judge, Supreme Court Judge Gilberman. Note the internet connectivity confirmation here. Yeah. Why didn't they have the court testimony on oath for the people who stole the election? Yeah. The engineer who actually built the algorithm stealing the election for Biden looked at me and said I was an idiot and asked, do you think we stole the election here in blue counties? We're smarter than that. We know we shaved off the votes in red counties. It's just crazy. Wow. 21 people shot, including children, across Chicago so far this weekend. Mass shootings last night and 5 officers hospitalized. Did we see this already? I didn't think we saw this already. Maybe we did. I don't know.
Officers say around 3 a.m, that's when they were in the area near 25th and Washington, and that's when they did hear gunshots. Officers say they did find those 4 victims. Among those who were shot include an 18-year-old, 2 16-year-old girls, and a 14-year-old boy. They were all taken to Mount Sinai Hospital, where they are currently being treated. It's still unclear what exactly led up to the shooting, and at the scene, there was lots of debris and also trash scattered on the ground. Officers could also be seen escorting 2 people in handcuffs. It's unclear if they are facing any charges. Now, investigators say the shooter ran away from the scene. Police are asking the public to come forward with any information. Officers say around.
Okay. Wow. And then we had over there on Rumble, we had Spuds gifted a membership. Spuds gifted a membership, and that gifted membership went to NASCAR Mo. NASCAR Mo was gifted a membership by Spuds. Thank you so much, Spuds. That means we're $5 closer now. That means we are only $9 away, just 9 away. I'm trying to keep it going here, just because I don't want to end when then someone's going to give you guys got us so close. So I'm trying to hang on just to see if we're going to make it. But thank you so much, everybody. I don't want to just end the show and like a jerk and walk away when we're $9 away. So we'll give it a couple more minutes and see what happens. The snow commies that can denounce Canada and swear their allegiance to America and vetted can hold a job. We can too. No, I understand. I'm not KBT. Don't worry about it. But I think I'm going to end if we don't, because I can't. I mean, we already went 3 hours and 36 minutes. We're almost 40 minutes into that hour already. I wish I could kick in thumbs are as much as I can afford at the moment. No, you're fine. Those who lived under comments most are against it. I know. Well, but I think I'm going to call it though, because while there's still some people, you guys could go watch some other shows or something. It's 1:30 in the morning. I see a couple channels that are live. So we'll see what's up. But anyway, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Well, thank you so much to both. Glenn Croy, 3902 says, dance, monkey. And then Joe for $2 says, closer. Well, we're there, actually. So that $12 for both of you, thank you very much, puts us so that we are now $97 away from a third additional hour to the show. Thanks so much, everybody. Sweet. Yeah, no sleep for Jim. Jim's fine. It's good. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. Made it. Yeah, we made it. Thank you so much, everybody. Good show tonight, Jim and Bella. Well, thank you. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. No sleep to Bona, Brooklyn. Tom Paul, man, on the kettle. Ain't gotten hotter than a boiling kettle. Emergency meth. No, I'm good. We're good. We're good. So let me go over here and correct the goal on the YouTubes. So we're 97 away from a third hour. Start that goal for 1 hour. There we go. It's all set up. You have the most diverse range of musical interests. I like all music, pretty much. Awesomeness. Yes. Thank you, guys. What are we going to talk about now? We're going to talk about more news. I got more news. Always got more news. And just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Jim is a juggalo. No, I'm not I don't know. I mean, I like all music, really. Jazz, blues, rap, hip hop, rock, heavy metal, classic rock, you name it, dance music. I mean, if you look, here, I'll show you. If you look behind me, I'll show you. If I bring this out like this, go like this, those are all CDs. These are all vinyl albums. See? And that other cabinet's all CDs. And then see the green ones, those are all super high density CDs from Japanese CDs. So they make it the best. Let me fix my camera, make sure. There we go. That's better, right? I'm centered. Cool. Jim is a Gen Xer. We were blessed with the best music. Yeah. Vinyl's the way to go. Yeah. Prove it. What do you mean? Country? I like country songs too. Yeah. Yeah. Rain makes corn. Corn makes whiskey. Whiskey makes my baby feel a little frisky. Rain starts falling up. My body's sun is coming up. I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to rope and ride. See, I like country. Ghost Riders in the Sky. I like Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash, everybody. You like the Dead and Get Beasties references. You cover enough for me. Yeah. I got it, man. I got it all. Now, here's voting instructions for November 3rd. Democrats, you. Smack them. There you go. Oh, this is crazy. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Johnny Cash is the best country. Jim sings way better than the karaoke guy the other day. I'm more Toby Keith. His military service was awesome. USO service was awesome. Yeah, Toby Keith's good. Yeah. Didn't he just pass away recently, right? I swear. Did he? Yeah, like he had a good song, like American Soldier, right? That was a good song. And for the Red, White, and Blue. He wrote a lot of good songs after, let's say like also that one. I Should Have Been a Cowboy. It was a Toby Keith song. Wearing my 6th gun, driving my pony on a cattle drive, needing the young girls' hearts, just like Gene and Roy, playing those campfire songs. Should have been a cowboy. Bum, bum. Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. Yeah, it's a good song. Yeah. Toby died of cancer. I thought he did. Wacky tobacco. I grew up on country from my mom, but I'm a metalhead. Yeah, but I mean, as long as it's good music, as long as it's good, I like it, So this is what happens when a federal judge lies in his own memorandum opinion. So what happens? This is from Judge Crenshaw. This is a guy who said that they couldn't go after Kilmar Abrego Garcia. What does Jim smells you mean? I don't know. What does that mean, Jake? Soldier's Eyes, Days Gone. Not so much into metalcore. Jim Croce, American Pie, best song ever. Ever hear of U-Turn? Is that a song or a band? I like Crenshaw repeatedly insists the government closed the 2022 traffic stop investigation into Abrego Garcia. That's false. According to Crenshaw's own timelines, ASSI Baltimore had opened an investigation in December 2022. There's no indication that case was ever investigated or closed. Further, as the DOJ noted in his response to Abrego's motion, the matter was never referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Crenshaw's misinterpretations constitute the basis of his argument that Abrego was unfairly targeted by the DOJ after he sued over his immigration status. If only Goodman had done his homework. This guy's like, oh, what an rebuke. It wasn't. Metal is classical, just a lot faster. Yeah. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show, I had to wait until my hubby took the kids out for ice cream to listen to that one. Amazing thing about Hank Williams Sr. and how much he's influenced in CNW, country, western, and rock. I was watching the Freebird live by the Originals in 77 before the accident. Man, I love this song. Oh, is that the one you're talking about? Freebird played in Oakland? Did you see, it's on YouTube. You can see Leonard Skinner live in Oakland, California. And look at the crowd in Oakland, California in 1977. You'll be shocked at the crowd in Oakland, California in 1977. Very strange. Very strange. That's all I'll say. Jim will be off to Nashville before we know it. No, I'm not really. Not really. I love music, but I don't have any talent. Yeah, it's on YouTube. The crowd's incredible. Yeah. Yeah. I love Jimi Hendrix. I love Skinner. I love Traffic. You guys know Traffic, the band Traffic. Great band Traffic. So they're saying it's an abuse. So this is going to have to be appealed. Stevie Ray Vaughan's one of your favorites. Hendrix went too soon. Yeah, he did. So did Janis Joplin went too soon. Suppose it's inaccurate. Judge Crenshaw's own order cites the Baltimore closing document. The case was closed out in April after Abrego was removed from the U.S. Yeah, traffic was great. The Allman Brothers. Yeah, traffic was awesome. Too bad we lost Dave Mason recently. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Fantasy, play me a tune. Well, we can't really watch them. We'll get can't really watch the stuff, but can't listen to it and stuff. Though you get struck on that, even if it's on YouTube. The start of the order, a brief mention of the opening of the case. No mention. Facts of the traffic stop were never presented to any prosecutor until April 2025. Undersigned counsel, despite being the most relevant contact for those charges, so they were never presented to anybody. So it's just ridiculous. Crenshaw, freed, saying that. So I'll check this out. Parolee Maurice Reddick ripped off his shirt, pulled guns from a backpack, and opened fire on a woman and 2 Chicago cops. CBD allegedly found him hiding in a crawl space with 3 guns, including an AR-15 modified to fire like a machine gun. Huh. He looks very happy. Future scientist, I'm sure. Parolee used 2 guns to shoot woman and responding Chicago police officers. No, Jim, don't play it unless you don't like money, just for the people to watch later. Yeah. Traffic was musically excellent. Yeah. It pains me to be limited to 200 tracks. It's like my digital bonsai tree. Can't use purple, yellow, or green. What color is music making flashcards for dementia pages? I have no idea. Yeah, Time in a Bottle is a fantastic Croce song. And I'm not he died if I'm not mistaken, he died like really young. Like he didn't really get he didn't really blow up until he was dead, if I'm not mistaken. Like his song, like Time in a Bottle, if I'm not mistaken, that was the most famous song. It like blew up, or was it America? Plane crash? Yeah, plane crash, right? And then like his stuff blew up after he died, like Time in a Bottle. My Miss American Pie drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, "This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die." Otis Redding died before Dock on the Bay was a hit. Yeah, helicopter. I was at Monsters of Rock at Alpine Valley when that happened. Croce sings his son's songs. He was too young to remember him. I knew I liked this chat. Great titles and bands. Music is life. Yeah, it is. All we are is dust in the wind. Dust in the wind. That's Kansas, right? Dust in the wind? No. Is that Kansas? Dust in the wind? Or is that, no, that's Wayward Son? I don't know. Parolee used 2 guns to shoot a woman and responding police officers. Prosecutors say. You were at a Gore show the night Dimebag was shot. Band announced it on stage with their masks on. Kansas, right? That's what I think. Yeah, Kansas. Yeah. Gordon Lightfoot, Sundown, the Wreck of the Edmund. Yeah, Sundown's a great song. So is the Wreck of Edmund Fitzgerald's a good song too. Yeah. You first saw him in Austin City. Stevie Ray Vaughan in Austin City Limits just blew your mind. He was He was with the Fabulous Thunderbirds. Kansas. Okay. The whistling and the Dock of the Bays because Otis died before the song was fully recorded. I'm going to curse you with 2 words, Benny Hill. Who is Benny Hill? I don't think I know who Benny Hill is. He's looked like he's at a dentist appointment. When Maurice Reddick arrived at his ex-partner's home in South Chicago on Tuesday night, things went sideways quickly. I know who Benny Hill is. I used to watch it as a kid. I used to watch Benny Hill. But had the old bald guy that Benny used to tap on the head, remember? Who's the lovely young man on the screen? That's the man who shot at the cops and the woman. You saw Willie Nelson, May 2004. You were 8.5 months pregnant, the only sober one in the crowd. Within an hour, prosecutors say would open fire on a woman, shoot two uniformed officers, and then hide in a basement crawl space with 3 guns, one of them an AR-style rifle equipped with a working machine gun conversion device. The 2 Ronnies, Jackie Wright. He looks like a predator, I was going to say. Everybody look up Monty Python Ralph and Brian. I Want to Be a Woman. It's hysterical. And it was in 1970. So what's going on today? Partner, what? He was a detective? Young Ones was epic. Calcium Cannons, Benny Hill. Oh, yeah. Hey, Jay Liebgott, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Have you been paying attention, Levy? Have you seen those, you know what? Why not? After this story, we will. After this story, we will go to, after this story, we will go to, we'll take care of a little something that I should have took care of, that I think I'm going to have to bring back and start doing more often. Reddick, a 34-year-old on parole for his second gun conviction. Fred Scuttle was a Benny Hill character. You were forced to watch American Bandstand as a kid. I think it was the beginning of my hate for pop and mainstream music. Have you seen, Jay, have you seen the, I'm going to show up, but you've seen the sunspots coming, there's some massive sunspots coming around the limb, as they say. So he had, for a second gun conviction, he faces multiple felonies, including 2 counts of attempted murder of a police officer. Judge John Hawk detained him following a detention hearing on Friday. The state's also removing to revoke his parole. Prosecutors say it started at 855 in the 8600 block of South Marquette Avenue, where the mother of Reddick's children lives. He got into an argument with the woman's sister, took off his shirt, and threatened to shoot up the house. According to Assistant State's Attorney Mike Picara, the outburst prompted his ex to call 911 and leave the home. Her 33-year-old sister and other witnesses then watched Reddick walk to a nearby vacant lot, pull out a rifle and a handgun fitted with a drum magazine from his backpack. Picara said in a detention filing, still threatening the sister who had remained on the porch, Reddick allegedly moved closer to the home and fired the handgun in her direction. Multiple children were playing in the proximity. Yes, a very calm and rational response. Yes. None was hurt, but the sister and other witness gathered the children, moved them to safety. 2 officers responded to the 911 call. They arrived in a marked squad car in full uniform looking for a shirtless man holding a gun. They spotted Reddick matching the description. What gave it away, the gun or the shirtlessness? Picara said that as they slowed their vehicle, they heard a gunshot and then watched Reddick fire additional rounds towards them. The officers' body cameras captured the sound of gunfire. All the lip sync bands on American Bandstand, Molly Hatchet doing Flirting with Disaster is hilarious. Sunspots are right up the WTSF's alley. Witnesses told officers that Reddick had retreated into a home where multiple children were present. Backup officers removed the children, searched the resident, found them riding in the basement crawl space. There, officers recovered 3 guns, an AR-15 style rifle with a functioning machine gun conversion device installed, a handgun with a drum magazine attached, and a 3rd loaded handgun. Forensic testing linked shell casings were recovered from the scenes to the AR-15 and the drum magazine handgun. Reddick's criminal history includes a 4-year prison sentence for being a felon in possession of a firearm. Public records show he was paroled in May 27th last year after serving half that sentence. We got 4 years, served half the sentence, and came out and just got a gun again. He received a 1-year sentence for illegal gun possession, but did not serve prison time in 2021, having accumulated enough credits while awaiting trial on ankle monitor. So he got credits. Holy shit. He got credits for being on an ankle monitor and didn't have to go to jail. That is insane. He didn't get a gun. He got 3. Yeah. All right. Here we go, folks.
Good morning, folks. Welcome, observers. It is Sunday, May 24th, 2026, and surely we couldn't outdo those big science stories from yesterday. You're probably right, of course. We'll casually cover the Earth's rotation today, as well as space weather ozone impact, nova science, another possible Mars change, and, of course, the last 24 hours on our star. We'll start there. The last 24 hours would be described as much more active if we were on the other side of the solar system. You'll see the vibration shock waves of the far side blast here, but on the Earth-facing side, basically nothing. Of course, we're now on watch for that to change because the biggest sunspots in weeks are lumbering into view at the limb. There's a good deal of spread in these first regions I'm seeing. That's good. But with this much size, there will be morphing. Will they flare or decay? We'll be watching. Folks, the Earth has been in a hurry. The rotational speed of the planet has been speeding up dramatically to where the first ever recorded years under a 24-hour average day have been seen. We actually have data going back much farther, and it's always been slightly longer than a 24-hour average day, but millisecond by millisecond, we've been creeping faster. This broke the 24-hour baseline mark in 2020 and spent 5 years in the negative for the first time ever, for just this year appearing like that trend is about to break. We are not quite halfway through this year, but it's clear the Earth has slowed a bit. There is expected variability here year to year. Few as perplexing and interesting as this, though. We will update again in a few months. Folks, a new paper is describing the specific mechanisms by which the sun amplifies particle precipitation from the upper sky. The most simplified way I can put it is this. The Earth is a capacitor, metals, water, piezoelectric crystals, a magnetic cage. And when you get up to the top of the sky where the atmosphere becomes a sea of these electrified particles, the region is very directly exposed to the influence of space weather, solar flares, amplifications of the solar wind, magnetic turbulence from solar storms. These all deposit that energy in the top of the sky, where it not only excites the atmospheric electric circuit, but plasma pressure physics forces some of that extra energy downward into the atmosphere, adding to what's already there. And unlike the excitement of the global electric circuit, that direct particle precipitation destroys the ozone. This is about the 10,000th paper on that, and it's not new science, but it's critical to be able to tie these last two papers in your head together and be able to pull from your memory about how a weaker magnetic field of Earth lets in more of these particles, and how scientists all agree this is the main driver of extinction risk during a magnetic pole shift. And then, of course, you have to remember, we're in one of those right now. It's accelerating and due for the fall before 2050. Time to go out to space, where gamma-ray nova science is taking a rewrite due to several magnetar nova events discovered. And to be honest, I always love when they come back to magnetars because it allows me to remind you that the most basic magnetar science is the overcharging of the lower L-shell fields, the arc downward, the cosmic thunderbolt, cracking the star itself, and how the science says that should happen to planets during major stellar blasts, and that could even carve out the land below. Folks, Mars is really making a run for the most changing planet award. Not just the climate or the seismic anomalies or even the mantle waking up and being active now. Well, how about an atmospheric effect that isn't supposed to be there? Too weak of a field, only 1% of Earth's atmosphere. The Swan-Wolf effect only makes sense here if the entire planet is waking up in a way that includes rapid atmospheric enhancement. Yeah, spend a moment thinking about what I just said. Suspiciousobservers.org. You can click that link right down there below the video. It
must have been yesterday's episode about the sunspots. I'm going to have to look right now. Maybe that was yesterday. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it was yesterday's. Ah, damn it. I forgot Instagram. Damn it. Instagram ends at 4 hours. Oh, well.
Good morning, folks. Welcome, observers. Hope you're awake. It is Saturday, May 23rd, 2026, and today we've got big news on the Earth and the Sun. 2 top story-worthy updates. We've also got more from Belkin, an earthquake, a weather outlook. And of course, we've got to start with our star in the last 24 hours where things were pretty quiet, but so are we as a monster steps into view. Big filament collapses top right. Otherwise, there's pretty much no activity. But as you hopefully recall, there are big sunspots on the far side heading this way, and today they're making themselves known. Big coronal loops like this cannot be present if there isn't a considerable magnetic force in play. In this case, it is a very large sunspot just to the south of it. Sunspot situation looks largely unchanged at first, and for the most part, that's true. Bit of decay centrally on the south. But when we examine the limb, we see the monster sunspot we've been waiting for. Looks ugly. But we also know it's been a bit quiet the last couple days. We would have seen eruptive action at the limb. We're watching for it to wake up. Here it comes. News is hitting about an upcoming Omega block in the United States next week. It is indeed coming. These are more common now, aren't they? Something expected in the ongoing changes, and most practically relevant will be the heat pathway opened up through the central states into Canada. Cold comes down the coasts a bit. Top quake of the last day was an interesting one. 6-pointer in Hawaii. That is pretty unusual. It was shallow enough it was felt pretty much across the state, but there is very little significant damage reported. However, some of the closest regions aren't exactly on a highway pipeline, onshore and too small for a tsunami anyway. Let's lead into the science with Belkin, a one-person publishing machine on the sun, the economy, and human health. I'm loving this little hobby, constantly streaming these papers to the net from way in the east. At this point, it would be challenging to deny the impact of solar energy on markets of all sorts over short and longer timescales. Now let's get serious. I hope you've done your homework and know at least the basics about the ongoing solar system shift and how the spheres are changing. It's been a few years since we learned that the upper coronal dust accumulation began spiking about 20 years ago, when the coronal helium content began surging as well. At the same time, notable changes occurred in the pattern of the coronal magnetic fields. Then this last week, we learned about a record radio burst, record by nearly 4x. Today, we learned that at the same time as the coronal fields and chemistry began to change, there was a rotational glitch and jitters on the sun. Too subtle and over days to weeks' time, not some sudden break check, but unexplained and mysterious, except for the fact that we know this is when the solar changes of note really began. Current sheet getting closer. We are running out of time. And today's top story. No, the sun thing wasn't the top mark. These red auroras captured by Japanese scientists were nearly record-breaking themselves, but there was not a significant geomagnetic storm at the time, just a minor nudge from our star in the solar wind. They are trying to now say there are subtle ways in which minor space weather can make a big impact. Oh, yeah? Well, if that hasn't been the drumbeat we've been screaming since March 2023, I don't know what is. Over and over again, it's been happening with smaller space weather. That's what we've been pointing out to you. And now we watch an utterly futile attempt to explain it away as normal science. Observers know better, and hopefully you also recall what I told you about narrative control coming to the disaster cycle. You know, I do forecast being able to do these kind of tour events another 2 or 3 years. Never know, though. And our lineup of science, the next...
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to, he's going to promote his stuff. I'm going to go, but that's just, well, space weather moves the past 2 days. I watch this guy every morning just because I like to see if there's something happening with the sun, because you never know. You never know. You never know. You never know. All right, let's do this now. It says Trump boost sends Paxton soaring and his Maha record is front and center. Myron, which comment section? Read the comment section. Barnes is getting trashed. Oh, you talking about the comment section on the Viva Barnes show? Yeah. In a race for U.S. Senate for Attorney General, Ken Paxton is dominating. After surprise endorsements from Trump, plus additional support from Make America Healthy voters. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? If the sun is going to kill us, I'd rather not see it coming, I think. Well, it's not. It might not kill us. It might just start. That's day after tomorrow. Day after today, actually tomorrow. Tomorrow's the election. People are going to survive. People have always survived when it does this stuff, but you got to be ready. A couple of increasing solar activity with shifting poles could get strange. Yeah, that's what it is. It's going to get strange. You're going to just got to be ready, because more than likely what's going to happen is before anything happens, before it gets that bad, all electricity is going to be over. Yeah, we're going to have grid failures. Yeah, that's what's going to happen is there's going to be no more electricity. So you're going to have to be able to survive without electricity to make it through. And you're going to have to be able to have your kids trained to make it through. Hasn't Paxton been popular even with the smear campaigns? Yeah, he's great. Spam, spam, spam. What do you mean? You got to have spam. You got to have stuff. You got to be able to hunt. You got to survive. A strategy poll conducted after this week's endorsement found that Paxton is dominating by 22 points. According to the poll, Paxton leads with 57% of the vote compared to Cornyn's 35%. The runout is set for May 26th. Early voting just ended, too. So, as Attorney General, Paxton has been fighting for Maha causes such as pesticides, forever chemicals in clothing, food dyes, and vaccines. John Thune announces he will still support Cornyn after Trump's endorsement. He goes on to call Cornyn a principled conservative. I don't think so. Dig deeper, the temperature gets more consistent, deeper you go. Yeah, you only need to go down 6 feet to have a constant temperature. I think you get down, it's like 54 degrees or 52 degrees. Yeah, Walking Dead survival mode. Yeah, got to be ready. Got to be ready.
Given that you've spent months trying to encourage, persuade the president to endorse John Cornyn in the Texas primary, and given that the NRSC has invested heavily to help Cornyn win that primary, how personally disappointed or frustrated are you with the president's decision to endorse Ken Paxton today?
Well, I think you all know my position on this issue. I've made it very clear for months now. And Senator Cornyn is a principled conservative. He is a very effective senator in the state of Texas. And but none of us control what the president does. He made his decision about that. That doesn't change the way I feel. I am certainly supportive of, will continue to be supportive of Senator Cornyn in his reelection.
How much harder if he made it to keep the majority? How much harder has the president's decision here made it for you? Your number one job to keep the Republican majority, given your concerns about Ken Paxton's viability as a candidate.
We look at lots of races around the country, and the majority runs through a lot of different states. We have 24 seats up this time. The Democrats have only 9, so we've got a lot more ground to defend. We also have a couple of offensive opportunities. So, one state doesn't determine the outcome of this election, but obviously we care about every state, and we care about helping see our incumbents succeed. That being said, I feel very good about where we are. As I've said before, I think when it comes to winning elections, it starts with quality candidates. Then you got to have a record of accomplishment to run on. You've got to have resources to get that message.
Oh, that means Paxton's the clear front runner. Paxton has the record to run on. Paxton has all that stuff. He's done what he promised. Cornyn's the one that's backstabbed the people numerous times. If he considers Cornyn principle, then we know Thune's principles. You ain't kidding. That's why the SAVE Act, the Save America Act isn't done. That's why they haven't done the talking filibuster. Yeah, quality MAGA candidates. Yeah, look at the ones around him, and they need to tell him he has to give up the majority leadership. He acts like he doesn't know how to use it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's John Barrasso. That's Cotton, and that's what the fuck's her name? I think she's from West Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. Cornyn hasn't gotten your vote ever. Pass the Save America Act, you traitor. 85% of Americans approve. Go Paxton.
Yeah. I'll tell that story to the American people. And then you've got to have a really substantial effort to get out the vote, a ground game. And I feel confident in all those elements in all the key states where we're going to have competitive elections this year. And I'm very confident we'll hang on and maybe even expand the majority of the United States Senate, which is counter, I know, to the, sort of the narrative these days.
Capital. Yeah, Shelley Moore Capital.
The matter is, we've got the right candidates in the right places at the right time and with the right resources. We're going to win some races.
Yeah. No, it's very interesting. Clearly, there were advanced prior iterations of human civilization. Perhaps some of their systems remained active. Maybe. Never know. Never can tell. Never can tell. Never can tell. This week, Paxton announced a historic settlement with Texas-wide grocery store chain following an investigation that it was found it was secretly spraying pesticides on organic labeled produce. Paxton said customers were buying organic produce at higher price, assuming it was free of pesticides. That's great. No one has ever fought harder for the American people than President Trump, and I look forward to championing his America First agenda in the Senate. Well, I hope so. I hope so. Congrats to Ken Paxton, who is one of the most innovative and badass Maha fighters in the country. In January, Paxton launched an investigation of possible kickback schemes tied to childhood vaccine recommendations. The investigation includes sending more than 20 civil investigative demands to some of the largest medical providers in the country, including United Healthcare and Pfizer. Yeah, conservatives need to take a page from Maxine Waters to confront representatives over why they aren't passing the SAVE Act. Why aren't they worried about their future primaries? They're never focused on the future stuff. They're only worried about this election now, this current election. That's all they're ever worried about. Paxton said the teams will examine whether pediatric medical providers, insurance companies, or vaccine manufacturers broke the law by failing to disclose financial incentives such as doctors' wages, bonuses, and employments tied to recommending or administering vaccines to children. I've heard that doctors get bonuses for vaccines. Is that true? I've heard that. If that's true, then it seems like they're paying them off. I will ensure that big pharma and big insurance don't bribe medical providers to pressure parents to jab their kids with vaccines they feel aren't safe or necessary. Any provider or entity whose medical guidance is fueled by financial incentives from insurance company, big pharma, or otherwise will be exposed. Yes, all the senators backing Cornyn are exposing themselves to be primaried. Yeah. I think isn't Thune from Oklahoma? Is Thune from Oklahoma or Wyoming? Alongside President Trump and HH Secretary John F. Kennedy, they have signature efforts to ensure safety when it comes to childhood vaccines. My office will fight to protect kids' health and uphold transparency. Together, we will make America healthy again.
When these vaccines became available, we were promised it would prevent contraction and transmission of COVID-19. All governments around the world, EU Commission, everyone, basically repeated that, began harassing and intimidating people so they would take that promised game changer. Well, it turns out it was fake news, wasn't it? Somebody lied, and I want to know who lied. Since I do not consider you to be stupid, you must have known that your vaccine is basically worthless at best, potentially harmful at worst. So my question is, did you lie to the EU Commission and governments around the world so they would spend billions and billions of taxpayers' money and buy your worthless stuff? Or did you tell the EU Commission and other governments around the world the truth about your worthless vaccines? And the governments lied to their citizens. Who lied? Just answer me that question, please. Thank you.
Oh, no, they're not going to get an answer. They're never going to get an answer. Never going to get an answer. So hopefully, I don't know, something's got to change. Something's got to change. Ken Paxton's chances of beating John Cornyn surged days before the election.
It is so good to be here. I guess I'm a little late. I was waiting on a little announcement. Did y'all see that? Well, first of all, Carissa, thank you for being here. She's so amazing. You are so blessed to have such a great state representative. And I'll tell you what, I'm so honored to have President Trump's endorsement. His endorsement, in my opinion, is the most significant endorsement that in my lifetime. So when he endorses, it has a tremendous impact. We're already doing really well, but certainly I have so much respect for the president and so appreciate his endorsement. And I think it creates a slight bit of momentum, don't you?
This is an $11 bag.
Yeah, okay. So his prospects are improving. Cornyn remains defiant, says he doesn't expect he'll have to deal with backing Paxton. Really? Oh. John Cornyn on Sunday would not specifically commit to backing Trump's endorsed Ken Paxton if he wins the upcoming Texas Republican Senate runoff. What's he going to do? Switch to become a Democrat for the last couple months and be a complete traitor? Maybe. If he wins the upcoming Senate runoff election to face Talrico, though he said he would, in the past, he would support the Republican ticket. News Nation's Chris Starwald asked Cornyn about his past comments that Paxton's unfit to serve in the Senate. Well, I happen to ask these speculative questions about November, and I expect to nominate a party, I expect to be the nominated party, so I don't expect to ever have to deal with that. Of course, people are seeking divisions among Republicans. We're having a quite robust family fight here in the primary. So Scott Adams once said, for the COVID issue to be a conspiracy, virtually every doctor and nurse would be involved. How is that possible? Because they all just did. It's the same thing. Okay, it's the same thing as the climate change, the 98 scientists, because any scientist that doesn't agree, they silence, shut up, and run off. They did that to every doctor. Look what they did to Malone. Look what they did to all these doctors that tried to go up against them. It wasn't every doctor involved. Doctors went against it, and the doctors were silenced. Their licenses were threatened, and all these things happened. The WHO has a treaty where they can take control of the next scamdemic. Well, we are not part of that treaty, Richard Wharton. We pulled out of the WHO. Yep, Scott Adams was wrong. He was. Yeah, but it was possible somehow the doctors in Canada that questioned policy changes had their license immediately removed. Yes, immediately. So Paxton says he doesn't, or Cornyn doesn't think he's going to have to worry about it because, oh, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, everybody. It says, will the Texas primary runoff give Democrats a chance to flip the state? Paxton, the likely Republican, is considered less likely to fare well against the Democrats. Well, I don't think that's true. Voters head to the polls. Whoever wins the runoff. This is Al Jazeera trying to say Democrats have not held a statewide seat in Texas since '94. Paxton's made border security a core part of his platform, saying he wants to finish building Trump's wall. He's also pledged to cut taxes. So we'll see. And we got this next story here. So Paxton's going to win the primary, and Paxton's going to win the general election. Jim told you. Take it to the bank. Oh, crap. I didn't have it shared. I'm sorry. So Disney makes the most hilarious claim about The View. Disney has made one of the most ridiculous legal arguments in recent memory that The View is a legitimate news program. No, really. They filed the paperwork saying that The View is a legitimate news program. Adams admitted he was wrong and changed. Okay. You miss Scott shaking the box daily. Under Section 315 of the Communication Decency Act of 1934, broadcast television stations that give airtime to one legally qualified political candidate must provide equal opportunity to all the opposing candidates. News? What do you mean? This is news. Oh, no, news. Okay, yeah. The Spew. Yeah, they're saying The View is news. That's what they're trying to say. Disney apparently wants to invite one candidate onto The View while having no obligation to give another candidate the same treatment. The bona fide news exemption is Disney's ticket to doing exactly that. Now, I don't exactly have any love for Meet the Press since Tim Russert died, but nobody, and I mean nobody, thinks the show hosted by Joey Behar, Whoopi Goldberg, or Sonny Hostin is even in the same league as Meet the Press. Like tabloids or newspapers, yeah. The View meets their standard for news. Tell us what they consider news. Under the precedent, a TV show does not qualify as bona fide news if the editorial decisions are driven by partisan purposes, including any intention to advance or harm a specific candidate's chances. I'm sure you don't watch The View, but if you've seen clips, you know very well The View is as partisan as they come. Yeah, if you watch The View, you get eye cancer. The View is propaganda, pure and simple. Yeah. Now, let's be clear. The Equal Opportunity Law was never designed to silence anyone. Congress didn't pass Section 315 to stop broadcasters from interviewing politicians. No, they didn't. It was written to stop media gatekeepers. Well, I'm getting tired. The intent was more speech, not less. I don't know why any conservative candidate would go on The View anyway, but clearly Disney and ABC and The View don't want to be compelled to give equal time, and who can blame them? They're so used to their echo chamber that they'd look ridiculous trying to debate actual conservatives. Yes. And Meet the Press sucks now, so what do they say about The View? Yeah. Yeah, what does that say about The View? Well. The FCC is now accepting public comment on Disney's petition That means ordinary Americans have a chance to formally weigh in on whether The View deserves the same legal status as Sunday morning news shows, such shows that have spent decades trying to maintain at least the appearance of journalistic credibility. Have they hired MTG yet? I don't know. What is this? I don't know who this is. What do you, I don't know. If you're just somebody coming in here posting videos trying to get, like, I don't, highest paid, I mean, what are you trying to do here? That's not, you don't come to people's channel posting links to take people to other channels. That's not like, that's not cool, dude. The view of fat cows behind a table. That's quite the view. So if you don't agree with The View is bona fide news, you can comment here. Oh, I think I talked about this already. Yeah, you can make a comment here. You can go make a comment and say that The View is not bona fide news if you want. All right. All right. Sorry about that. I had to go take care of a little business on Rumble. So there's that. Yeah, same thing here. Disney makes bold claim that The View is bona fide news akin to Meet the Press, which it's not. It's crazy. So Disney begs FCC to label far-left propaganda show The View as bona fide news so they can handpick Democrat candidates and silence Republicans. FCC chairman asked the American people to weigh in. Yeah, oh, look, there's a, oh, yeah, so that's the news, yeah. Ha, 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 ha. Cackling hens. Cackling hens. Cackling hens. Yeah, they're not news. They suck. But whatever. Karen Bass is panicking over Spencer Pratt's fundraising. They do that on all the channels. I hate it, Gripper. I can't stand it. I don't like when people do that. Oh, no, you're fine, Joe. You're fine. Joe, you're fine. I'm talking about the guy. It's fine. You can post links to like people's channels that want to promote their channels in the YouTube, that they're friends of the show and stuff like that. But somebody that comes in Rumble and just throws in their channel or a video that they made trying to get people, that's fine, Grip. Thank you. That's fine. But people that like on Rumble, a lot of people do that because you don't have to be a mod. Only mods can post links on YouTube. So if a mod on YouTube, one of you guys want to post a link to someone's channel to promote it on YouTube, that's fine on YouTube. But in Rumble, they do that shit. People come in and the channel set up alt accounts to get around the muting. Yeah, and then they come in and they do this stuff. So it's different. I wasn't talking about you guys. It's fine. YouTube, if there's somebody's channel or whatever you want to promote on YouTube, go right ahead on YouTube. Or, you know, like Lieb's channel, anybody, someone else stuff or videos. You post a video or something on YouTube that you want people to watch. That's perfectly fine. The Rumble's different because they do it to purposely try to screw around with your stuff on Rumble. Rumble's a little like with Wild West still. So I hope Bass bought a home in Ghana. The View is as legitimate as every other TV news show. Well, maybe. The FCC should demand a separation of bona fide news from editorial commentary and opinion. Obama had a mingle. It was a link for, you're fine. Don't worry about it. It was a link for the Freebird Live. You're fine. That's fine. You're fine, Joe. Don't worry about it. You did nothing wrong. I was talking specifically about the guy in Rumble. The stuff in Rumble's different because, you know, I trust you, Joe, to post, not post anything that's going to cause a problem. So don't worry about it. Karen Bass is panicking. I'm sure nobody gave Spencer Gundam says, oh, good. My damn tarted fingers kept hitting everything but delete chat. I'm sure nobody gave Spencer Pratt much a chance when he first jumped into the mayor race, but he's a reality TV guy, novelty candidate. But something unexpected happened. Voters started paying attention. And they realized he was a serious candidate and offered serious solutions. New campaign disclosures show that Pratt raised $2.7 million between April 19th and May 15th, nearly matching the $2.8 million Bass collected since 2024. In the latest surge, Pratt has raised $540,000 since January 1st, a solid number, putting him on the field's top fundraisers, but still left him and Bass's rearview mirrors not alone. Wait, I saw it's like since between Pat raised 2.7 between April and May. Over that same stretch, Bass pulled in merely a measly 282,000. So in 1 month, Pratt has raised 10-1 fundraising advantage, 10-1. How can it be news if one of the main hosts refuses to use the surname of the current president? Yeah, well, will Bass win after weeks of counting? It's possible. I mean, they like to do that. Cash on hand numbers is where Bass should be losing sleep. Pratt is now sitting at 1.42. Bass has only 1.32. So, no. It's a huge deal when a candidate whom few people have taken seriously. Pratt's rise isn't accidental. His message is resonating with the public about the failed leadership, and it's given them nothing but more crime. Conventional wisdom has long been that Los Angeles would never elect someone such as Pratt. The city was considered too blue, too entrenched, too loyal to the same. But voters living among the sprawling, homeless encampments, watching crime rise and seeing leaders fail basic tests of competence are clearly losing patience with politics as usual. That's why Pratt suddenly looks like a real threat. Bass spent years assuming the city's overwhelming demon rat registration would protect her from accountability. Wow. Oh, After Hours Respawn just joined the show. Well, thank you so much, After Hours Respawn. Over there on YouTube, joining the show with a little raid. Thank you so much. Whoever joined in, if you haven't already, please remember, hit the like and please subscribe if you haven't already. Yes. If you haven't liked and subscribed, any of the people coming over from After Hours, would be very appreciated if you hit like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. I don't know how much longer we'll be going, but he was hammering Racket's chest last night, and there was no mods there. Joe almost as bad for some reason. Well, I don't know. I don't think Rackets. I don't know how many mods Rackets or Joe has in Rumble. I'm going to say something to Joe about it. He should make me a mod in the Rumble chat because I'm usually watching his shows anyway. So when you grow up, you want to be as peaceful as Bella. Have you visited the Obama Library yet? Reminds me of the Egyptian pyramids. No, I haven't been there yet. I'm probably gonna be going up to Chicago soon, though. I don't know when, but soon, and maybe I'll go over there because I like to go to the Museum of Science and Industry. So maybe I'll check it out. Spencer Pratt's campaign donations explode as reality star nearly catches Karen Bass's total. Spencer Pratt has an unreal fundraising lead over woke mayor Karen Bass. Where is it at? This just says no. This just says Pratt raised 10 times more in contributions than Bass in the latest filing period. He's got all types of people supporting him. Pratt raising 2.72 million between April 19th and May 16th, compared to 283 for Bass. Rahman brought in 400,000 for the same period. So he's raising 5 times as much as the communist. Well, they're both communists, so I don't know. He's raising a lot more money. I mean, that's just insane. It should be great. Should be great. Hopefully Pratt can take him out and win. It'll be very nice. I hope Pratt has enough support to overcome this deal. You and me both. Jake is the only Joe I remember recipes for Rapids, but he was in and out. Not sure he cared. Yeah. Well, I could say, you know what? I'll say something to both Rackets and Joe. And Pratt needs more ballot harvesting. If you do visit, take some pictures. You're curious if it's as bad as it looks. I mean, it looks like that thing. It looks like that thing from Star Wars. Is what it looks like. The Jawas, right? Was it the Jawas? The Jawas? Something like that. Jawas. Something like that. The Jawas. Something like that. That were hey, what up, Duck Fact? Thanks for being here. That's awesome that you're here. So here we go. U.S. forces conduct military drills in Venezuela's capital. Wow, we're performing military drills in Venezuela. You may need to go next week to vote for Pratt. They aren't allowed to ask for ID, so why not? The Jawas. Yeah, it looks like the Jawas. Tijuanas. There's a lot of channels that if I was a mod on them, I would be kicking a bunch of dips. Thanks. I have a music set of flashcards for Mom, John Denver, Johnny Mathis, Elvis, and Dolly so far. Wow. That's cool. Let me pull up this chat. Nick Shirley's exposing some. So we'll play this in a second. Okay. You know, we'll do this instead. We'll do this Nick Shirley thing real quick because it's about the voting in California.
Now, this is the register of voters right here. And I want to ask him, why don't you need voter ID to vote here inside of California? I was curious, how come in California you don't need voter ID to vote?
Because when you sign your affidavit, you're swearing that you're telling us the truth. And
Wow, but there was just a case of a woman in Ohio that was voting illegally, and she signed the affidavit, and the judge said she was a trap because somebody like this lady here told her she could.
compare the signature that you put on your application to the
Battery
signature
65%.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it leaves
any room for error with voter ID?
any room for error with voter ID, or? Yeah, I'm just like curious because I want to make sure that like our elections are as fair and honest as possible. And I feel like voter ID is just something super simple to have. And do you think it's possible like illegal migrants could be voting?
Not really. How? I mean, we're showing the ID.
Yeah, if they don't have their ID and they could just sign on behalf of
Yeah, so what do you mean how?
Richard Sherman, then they could technically vote, right?
They'd be lying. Oh, they'd be lying. Oh, they lie when they get a job that they say they have the right to work in the U.S., or like they lie when they go give a fake name. We Are the Show has rated the stream. Well, thank you, We Are the Show. That's awesome. Thank you so much, We Are the Show. I guess I can't raid you now when I'm done. Thank you so much. We Are the Show over on Rumble. All the people here. Yes, crazy raid. We're wrapping up soon. Would Mark Gruber bring you on his show? You would be an awesome guest. I don't know. I invited Mark Gruber on my show, and he told me he doesn't do shows. So I don't know. Surprisingly, I'm blocked in the chat on America's Untold Stories. I don't know how. I don't know how I got blocked. I've talked to Eric Hunley about it, and he tells me I'm not blocked, but I'm blocked. I cannot comment in their chat. So somehow I'm blocked, but he's claiming I'm not. I don't know. Like homeless using someone else's address. Yeah, we saw that, right? Didn't we see that? The homeless people doing it. Hey, what's up, Dean? Awesome. Thanks to have you here.
Yeah, but what if they just don't care? What if like Richard Sherman and Billy Bob Joe just don't care? But so you don't think illegals would ever vote, would you?
I don't think so.
I don't think they'd ever vote. So, all right, let's get back to this. U.S. military conducts drills inside Venezuela's capital. This is some Ospreys, tilt fighters, jets, transport jets, stuff that the Marines use, transport aircrafts. So a contingent of U.S. troops conducted a rapid response exercise in the Venezuelan city of Caracas on May 23rd. And the first exercise in the South American nation since the U.S. Special Forces operation raided the city and captured former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. The troops flew aboard a pair of Ospreys tilt rotor aircraft. Also aboard was Marine General Francis Donovan. Free Jim from Eric Hunley's block. Something. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know why. In Donovan's second official visit to Venezuela, he used the opportunity to meet with leaders and staff recently reopening the U.S. Embassy. Yes. How long is a Chinaman's name? Yes, it is. How long? And did you hear about the plane crash? The pilot's name was Wei Tu Lo, and U Bing Dao, and Bang Zip Pao. Venezuela's state-run Telesur news agency reported that Venezuela's interim leaders authorized U.S. military drills with coordination through the country's foreign ministry and its air traffic control network. Since ordering the nighttime assault to capture Maduro and his wife, U.S. President Donald Trump has allowed Maduro's deputy, Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, to serve as the country's acting president through a transnational phase. Something Wong, Wei Tu Lo, yes. Maduro and his wife are currently facing criminal prosecution in the United States on drug trafficking charges and terrorism-related charges. Last month, the U.S. government agreed to relax sanctions to permit the Venezuelan interim government to fund the couple's legal defense. The Trump administration has described a three-phase plan for Venezuela's post-Maduro transition period, including an initial stabilization effort, gradual reconciliation for Maduro's political opposition, and eventual elections. We remain committed to ensuring the implementation of the president's three-phase plan, particularly the stabilization of Venezuela and the importance of shared security across the Western Hemisphere. The U.S. Southern Command wrote on X that to address the military exercise. The post-Maduro transition also involved efforts to make Venezuela more accessible to international businesses. Hey, Lou, beat me up. What's up, man? Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following the channel. Following the channel over there on Rumble. In January, the U.S. Treasury Department began granting some licenses for international investors. Those include, except those linked to Russia, China, and North Korea, Iran, and Cuba, to participate in Venezuela's oil industry. Yes, give We Are the Show a follow. Yes. You just looked at pictures of Obama's library. Did a 5-year-old design this? Yeah, I don't know. They like the Soviet style of stuff. They like the way just block and stuff. Soviet. They really like that. The license stipulates continued restrictions on people located in Russia, China, Iran, and Cuba. The government also eased sanctions on Venezuela's state-owned oil and gas enterprises to help counteract supply disruptions from the Middle East brought on by the Iran fighting. Get a load of the M75 Cheyenne, too. Yeah, so that's a good... Task and purpose says Marine stage mock evacuation from Venezuelan embassy. That's a nice picture of the Osprey right there. AP just says Marines conduct a rapid response exercise at U.S. Embassy in Venezuela's capital. So that's great news. That's great news, everybody. Yes, make sure you hit the like. Please subscribe. Please subscribe to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel. It's greatly appreciated. I do these shows. If you haven't been here before, I do these shows pretty much every night, usually starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Usually starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time. It's usually when we start. Usually when we start. So I want to thank everybody. Just basically thank everybody who's been here. No to the Yankee simulation training. Yeah, is that what they said? Well, whatever. They're probably paid from communists to put that up. The architectural style is called brutalist. It's an attempt to sprinkle sugar on a turd. So head of the operation observed the exercise firsthand. Southern Command said on X that he arrived in one of the Ospreys for a second official visit to Caracas. So, sugared library turd sounds about right. Yeah. So I want to thank everybody who came here tonight to watch the show. Please ask you if you haven't already. Why is it still showing We Are the Show is live? Oh no! Thanks for watching. All right. I want to thank everybody who was here. Why not? And I want to ask everybody, please come back tomorrow. Everybody have a great Memorial Day. Don't forget to put your flags out for Memorial Day. Don't forget, if you have a chance, maybe visit a military cemetery or something. Maybe attend the parade. Say a prayer for all those. For all the fallen and for their families. And I will be doing a show tomorrow at 7. Memorial Day is not barbecue day. Take a second and say a prayer for those who didn't come back. That's correct. That's correct. God bless the USA. God bless us all. God bless the United States of America. And God bless you. And come back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern time for Jim to tell you the news.